164 is the potential buy run.
Once again, we've called all of no box to the lanes, and C164 is the buy run. And we've got our last pairs of top bulb going down now. And then we'll be doing some track prep and then into opening ceremonies. I'd like to welcome everybody at home on Diamond State Digital. Appreciate FRBR having Diamond State Digital on property for the live stream this weekend. So once again, I want to welcome everybody here to the 6th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown, an FRBR Promotions event here at Maple Grove Raceway. Thank you to all the racers for coming out. We appreciate your support, and we are excited to put on another great promotion here with FRBR. For all tuning in at home on Diamond State Digital, thank you for watching. And if you haven't gotten here yet, there's still a lot of great racing going on tonight with the Morris Trans and Auto Saturday shootouts and tomorrow. So be sure to try to come on out. But without further ado, we want to get this party started. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, we ask that you please rise as we have a live sung rendition by some of the lovely ladies here at Maple Grove Raceway. So, everyone, please rise for the singing of your national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of
Great job, ladies. Great job. And now we are ready for ISC Racers Tape, round number 1 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box to come around the corner here for the 6th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown here on Saturday, June 28th. It's time to go racing. Ladies and gentlemen, drivers in lanes 1 and 2, load them up, get them ready. 1 and 2, load them up, get them ready. All right, we're going to get this race started with the first challenge of the day. First person to the bottom floor of the timing tower wearing some FRBR merchandise. You have to be wearing it. Wins a prize. So first person to the bottom of the timing tower wearing FRBR merchandise, you win a prize. Here we go. First pair, racing action. Jana Embley here, tower side. Driving the Nate Mendenhall truck. Taking on Matt Richeza over in the Cutlass. 656 to the 619 here, tower side. Win light, give it to Jana by 001. Let's get this party started. 25 up front, almost identical with Richeza at 24. She puts it way above 627.9 on the 619 dial as Richeza definitely issues there. 665.1 on the 656 dial for the loss. Dave Harvey Jr. over in the far lane, 702. Tower side, Kevin Mendenhall. Or, yep, because, yep, it's Kev. Nate's been driving it some. 602 the dial on the Chevy twice here, tower side. Double breakout, give the win to Dave Harvey Jr. He's 006, breaking it out 6th thou on the big end, took 17 up there. And tower side Mendenhall breaks it out 599.7 on the 602. Missed it just a little bit to Harvey's 006. He was 30. Stone Cold, Steve Dustin, 728 the dial, taking on Will Marshall, 6 flat for the Dart over in the Octane 94 lane. 006. Margin of victory, give it to Will Marshall. He's 11 dead, 4 to be 15 total, wasting gas on the breakout with Stone Cold. Marshall will move on. Kevin Fahey, 806 here, Tower Side in the Charger, taking on Jake Knorr. Knorr, 544 in his machine over in the far lane. Jake Knorr. Jake Knorr. Knorr gets away with one there. He doesn't kill any battery chargers on the way to do it. 545.8 on the 544. With an 81 late. Kevin 17 red, then breaks it out 804.2 on an 806. Soggy Dunn here, Tower Side, or Stephen Dunn here, Tower Side, otherwise known as Soggy. 635, taking on Andrew Barcudo, 626 in the Pontiac. Winley, give it to Soggy, dead on with a 6 to be 35 total. Andrew up front had the starting line advantage by a tenth, 19. Or by a thou, excuse me, sorry. 629-1 on 626. No good. Soggy moves on. Joe Dedrick picked up the win last weekend at US 13 at the TLR Promotions event. In this car, 627, taking on Dave Harvey III, 677 in the Pontiac. Joe's 002 red gives the win to Harvey, who's 005 up front. And Harvey puts it one above 7 on the 677 dial as Dedrick dead on with an 8. Both great laps there. Tough run on both sides. JT Schaefer, 637 for the Mercury Capri, taking on the Monza of Dave Dissinger, 624. This is a very non-conventional race car matchup here. Winley gave it to Dissinger in the Monza. One above 1 to be 41 total. Schaefer turns it red and then goes 639.7 on the 637 for the loss. Emily Alabach, 620 in the Camaro, taking on Vinny Cusimano here at Tower Side in the Cutlass, 619 in the almost heads-up dial-ins. Winley give it over to Emily, breaking it out 5 thou as she gets away with one there as Vinny turns it 006 red and then coasted on through. Lindsay Holzman-Hain over in the far lane of the Mustang, 606, taking on Skylar Stump here Tower Side, 557. Winley give it to Skylar. Cannot give Skylar that much room. 26, and then puts it one above 8 on the 557 dial as Lindsay goes 607.1 to be 11 above the 606 dial and be 123 total for the loss. Win light, give it to Rich Windler. 639.1 on the 635. Takes out Terry Neiman, 643.7 on the 640. Win light, give it here, tower side to Macy Stewart. Macy dead on with a 9 to be 22 total. As Kenny Garofalo 008 up front, then puts it 2 above 8 on the 637 dial. No good. Next up, Kurt Holland, 629, taking on George Fisher in the Camaro, 615. Win light, give it to Trish Witt. She puts it a 10th above for the win. With a 41 reaction time, Jillian Kleinfelter missed it there, and then the car not running the number, so she'll buy that one back and try again. If you need a buyback, head to the base of the tower and get your buyback here for no box. $100 to get you back in on the buyback. So come to the bottom of the timing tower if your lane did not find electricity. Tommy Teague there, 655.0 on the 652 with a 008 light as Michael Franks turns it 2 red and then goes 631.2 on the 629 dial. Jeff Auerbach here, tower side, 661 in the pickup, taking on Bruce Parsons Jr., 614 in the Nova. Win light, give it to Jeff Albach. 24 up front, puts it 3 above, 664.7 on the 661. As Bruce missed it a little bit, then goes 618.2 on the 614. Win late, give it to Evan Powell. 26 goes 657.6 on the 655 as Eric here tower side turns it 009 red and then runs it out a little bit over. Denny Renninger 745 in the Oldsmobile taking on Jeannie Northrup 588 for the Camaro. Winley give it to Renninger. He's 32, then goes 746.5 on the 745 at 87 miles an hour. Is Jeannie a little bit late. Goes 589.9 on the 588. She'll have to buy that one back. Marty Flagel, 627 in the pickup. Taking on Bob Mullaney in the Camaro, 684. Double 003 margin of victory. Give it to Mullaney. 13, them two above zero for the win light. As Flagel, 32 on the hit, had to put it dead zero to have a chance. No good. Dead on with a 4 and hitting the buyback window after being 36 total. Poor guy. Theo Myers up next, 602. Far lane. Everybody's favorite driver, not on file. Dialed 740. Not on file, gets the win there. 744.0 on the 740 with a 42 light as Theo turns it red and goes 604.2 on the 602. John Alloway, 649 here, tower side, taking on Jeff Stewart. Stewart, 634, winner here last year with FRBR in the big body Chevelle. Win late, give it to Stewart, breaks it out, 2-hole one, 632.0 on the 634. As John turned it red and then broke it out as well, 645.2 on the 649. Winlight, give it to Mark Kelly. 19, dead zero to be 19 total. As Chris here, tower side in the Mustang, 009, then 2 above to be 29 total. Nice lap, but not able to get it done. Matt Murkowski in the Pontiac here, tower side, 633, taking on Jeremy Stoker in the Camaro, 656. Winlight, give it to Stoker. 1 above 0 to be 24 total, locks out the 27 reaction time of Matt Wachowski, who's dead on 1, 28 total. Is usually a pretty good lap, but no good here. Everybody is locked and loaded here in ISC Racers Tape round number 1 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. As Shane Colburn, 673 now, taking on Not on File, 592 here Tower Side. Very clean looking machine here, Tower Side, I might add. And Not on File gets the win. 596.8 on the 592 with a 41 late. As Colburn breaks it out 3 thou as well as turning it red. Jesse Marshall, 724. Farlane, again, everybody's favorite driver, Not on File. Trisha is not doing a very good job up here this weekend. Very much slacking on the keyboard. I hope she's somewhere that she can hear me right now. She's probably going to yell at me when she gets back. 663 at the dial. Not on File again, this time not as lucky as Ed Binkovitz gets the win. Dead on the 1 to be 22 total. For the win light, Tower Side 650 with a 0 and a 648 out and an 18 reaction time. No good. John Hedenberg, 647 in the Mustang, taking on the Chevy wagon of Dennis Gerhardt. I love this thing. 590 the dial. Double red light, give the true start win to John Hedenberg. Dead on with a 7 on the 647 dial as Gerhardt goes 591.6 on the 590 dial. Win light, give it to Rory Winnie here, Tower Side. Dead on with a 3 to be 52 total as William Hines breaks it out. Takes 38 at the stripe. Had to take 29 or less and could have easily got the job done. Had a 23 reaction time, but took way too much at the big end. Brock Mosier in the S10 here, 653, taking on Bobby Pennebaker. 7 flat in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Pennebaker, 7017 on the 7 flat. Identical reaction times, and Mosier 655-1 on 653. No good. Michael Worth here, Tower Side, 747 in the Pinto. Taking on Matt Consiglio, 669 over in the far lane. Did the win light there to Consiglio 009, then breaks it out 6 little ones. As Michael, big time red, then a couple tenths over the dial, no good. Vincent Wade here, tower side. Taking on Robert Smith, 645 for the Chevy 2. Win light, give it to Vince. Puts a 2 above on the 607 dial to be 64 total. As Robert, starting line advantage, but breaks it out 1 foul. Took 51, had to take 50 or less. Paul Stalva up next in the Corvette, 655 for the Mosier Engineering Machine. Chris Connor here, tower side. Finally got a hood on the thing. He's won enough money. He could afford a new hood and bumper and grill and everything else. So 572 for Chris. Drivers in lanes 3 and 4, go ahead and roll down, please. 3 and 4, roll down the hill for us, please. Paul turns at 15 red. Red light goes to Chris Connor. Connor showing what he's working with down there. 567.7 on a 572. He wasn't holding any. Wind light goes his way. Stalba, buyback window, bottom of the tower, $100. Mike Greiner, 581 here, tower side for the Chevelle. Lorenzo Giannatiempo, I'm sure I'm butchering that. 616 the dial. Double red light, gives the red light to Greiner. Greiner dead on with a 5 to move on to round number 2 as Lorenzo let the buy back 617.2 on the 616. Also, if I am just making your name into vegetable soup and messing it all up, be sure to come to the timing tower. You will not hurt my feelings if you tell me how to say your name. I'd rather pronounce it right than embarrass you all weekend long. Kyle Gockley, 599. Taking on Stephen Dickey, 605. And Steve going to grab the win there, 608.3 on the 605 of the 24 light is Gockley. 38 at the hit and goes 601.3 on the Spy 99 dial. Jeff Serra was looking for a dog point, can't get it done. Gives that one back. Jeff, Rob Reiner gets it done, 583.1 on the 580 with a 17 late. Jeff, 001 up front, puts a 605.5 on the 6 flat dial, no good. Well, the screen says Kevin Mendenhall. Not sure if it is or not. I think I see the Mendenhall group back here, so there's a good chance of it. 660 the dial. Taking on Stacy Orth, 597. Ripping the loud pedal is Mendenhall. Goes 668.6 on the 660 with a 28 light. As Orth misses it, goes 604.5 on the 597 for the loss. Tina Lacey over in the far lane, 583. John Alloway here, tower side, 631. Double red light gives the win to Tina. 586.9 on the 583 is John. 632.4 and the 631 will have to hit the buyback window. Ray Fordyce here, tower side, 658, taking on Caleb Klein, 646 over in the far lane in the Dodge Dakota. Winlight give it to Caleb Klein, 009, then breaks it out one whole one. 645.0 on the 646 is Fordyce. 38 red up front, then 655.3 on the 658 for the loss. Nat Patterson in the pickup. Here tower side, 662, taking on Ken John, 772 in the Chevelle. Winlight give it to Patterson, 664.7 on the 662. As Ken 008 up front, then can't run the number. 777.6 on the 772. Dave Harvey back up for his second. 702 the dial, taking on Ted Zana. 676. Zana, as Billy just corrected me. But nevertheless, Ted turns it red, then goes 677.1 on the 676 dial as Harvey. 703.3 on the 702 for the loss. Dave Dissner back up in the Monza, 625, taking on Ed Races, 609 over in the far lane. Dissinger breaks it out, give the win to Ed. Dead on with a 7 to be 15 total. As Dissinger 29 and wasting gas all the way down. Layla Gockley over in the far lane, 734, taking on Stone Cold Steve Dustin back up with his double. 721. Winlight, give it to Layla. 736.2 on the 734 with a 29 light. As Dustin loses another one. Can't run the number. Kevin Fahey here, tower side, 806, taking on Andrew Bercudo, 627 in the Firebird. Winley, give it to Bracuto. Dead on with a 9 to be 29 total. Kevin turns it red and throws away dead on 7. He ought to hit the buyback window. Will Marshall in the dart, 6 flat. Macy Stewart, 635 here, tower side in the Cutlass. Winlight, give it to Macy. 638.6 on the 635 with an 18 late. Marshall 36 up front, goes 602.6 on the 6 flat for the loss. All right. A reminder, there's been a change in the run order. So we are now calling all top door cars. All top door cars. Doubles will run at the end to 1 and 2. Spill over to 3 and 4. All top door cars. For C2 competition conversion, machining, top off, Morris performance transmission, round number 1. Door cars to 1 and 2. Door cars 1 and 2. And again, racers, we're asking for your cooperation to get this show in today as best we can. We need everybody to be on the hop when we make the call and ready to go. Well, another name rendition here is Jake Canor. Jake Canor is no good. Gives that one back. Great job driving, Jake. 548.1 on the 545 of the 008 light. Has Harvey 15 up front and then goes 682.3 on the 680. 001 margin of victory going to Dave Harvey. Nate Mendenhall up now, I believe, in the pickup, 619. Taking on Kenny Garofalo, 638. Winlight, give it to Garofalo, 639.3 on the 638 with a 26 light. As Mendenhall, 622.5 on the 619, 14 at a hit, and no good on the big end. Rich Wendler, 638 in the Mustang, taking on, well, this says Nathan Mendenhall. Don't know if that, well, no, I think that's Jana sitting on the, I don't know. These Mendenhall group, they change cars more than most people change underwear on a hot summer day. $5.96 the dial here, tower side for the Mendenhall Chevy Twice, taking on Rich Wendler, 638 in the Mustang. Also top, 167Y, 167Y, you were the wait and see by. Top ET, 167Y, you were the wait and see by. 167Y, you were the wait and see by. Winlight, give it to the Mendenhall machine, 6074 on the 596 dial as Wendler goes dead on 5, and his reaction time is so bad we won't say it out of respect for him, and he was 154 total. Greg Myers now, 580 the dial. Taking on Emily Alabach, 620 for her Camaro on the Camaro on Camaro Crime. Almost identical reaction times. And Winlight, give it to Myers, 584.5 on the 580 with a 42 light as Emily can't run the number 631.6. Looked like she spun when she left. 40 on the hit and no good. Joe Dedrick, back up, 627 for his machine. Tower side not on file, 619 the dial. Winlight, give it to Dedrick. 34 in the hit, goes 629.2 on the 627. and is no good. Or excuse me, his opponent was no good because they were 005 red, then they cut it off and coasted on down. To which we'll add, we know we are fighting weather today, so if you go red light or if things don't go your way, please do not take a Sunday stroll down the track. We ask that you please just put that lap on the motor. You were going to do it anyways. So put the lap on the motor, get through the track, get all the way down so we can keep the next pair rolling. Kurt Holland here, tower side, 629, taking on JT Schaefer, 638 over in the Mercury Capri. This is going to be a good one right here at the stripe. Win light, give it to Holland. Dead on 5 to be 16 total as JT Schaefer, 2 above 6 on the 638 dial with a 002 light for the loss. Once again, we need door cars for round 1 of top bulb. Round 1 of top bulb, door cars. We need you to 1 and 2, please. Door cars to 1 and 2. Terry Neiman, 641. Taking on Jeannie Northrup. Jeannie, 588 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Neiman. 642.4 on the 641 with a 23 light as Jeannie dead on with a 4 to be 49 total, but no good there. Jeremy Kleinfelter in the S-Dime, 641. Far lane, not on file, might be Matt Richeza. It is Matt Richeza. 656 a dial. Win light, give it to Kleinfelter, 008, then puts it 5 above, 646.7 on the 641. Takes out Richeza, who's 27, and then 659.9 on the 656. Jeff Stewart back up in the Chevelle, 633, taking on Bob Mulaney, 685 in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Stewart, 001, 1 above 7, 18 total, locks out Mulaney's 22 reaction time. So he goes 686.1 on the 685 for the loss. Lindsey Holzman-Hain over in the far lane, 607, tower side. Michael Franks, 632. It's an odd-looking S10 here tower side, according to the television screen here. Win light, give it to Franks. 11, 1 above. Goes 633.7 on the 632. Has Lindsay 608.1 on the 607 for the loss. Eric Binkovitz, 679. Taking on Tommy Teague in the Nova, 654. With the win to Eric as Teague turns it red. He's going to kick himself on that one as Binkovitz puts it 2 above 4 to be 129 total. Teague breaking it out, 653.8 on the 654. Marty Flako back up in the pickup, 625, taking on Trish Witt in her Camaro, 567. Win light, give it to Trish as Flagel 003 red. And then she goes on down, goes 566.8 on the 567. And we'll move on. Jeff Alabach back up now in the pickup. 662, taking on the motorcycle of Mike Tremblay, 577. Once again, we have called. Top ET door cars to 1 and 2. Top ET door cars to 1 and 2 who have been called. Win light, give it to George Fisher. Dead on with a 7 to be 42 totals. Theo Myers, no good, 87 on the hit, then one above to be 97 total. Jeremy Stoker, 656, taking on Bill Colburn. Colburn was the wait and see buy. He saw that he didn't have one. 677 the dial for Bill. Get the win to Bill Colburn. 678.7 on the 677 with an 11 reaction time. Stoker, unconventional late for him. And he goes 659.4 on the 656.
All right, listen up. We have another challenge. The first person to the tower to bring me a volleyball wins a prize. And I have seen them hanging out. So again, the first person to the tower to bring me a volleyball wins a prize.
All right, top door cars, you should be in the lanes. Top door cars, you're rolling out now. Top door cars, you are rolling out as we speak. We can't have you hanging out midway. Once again, top dragster, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Win light good to Chris Lukert. 002 red gets the true start win there. As Snap did not set something in the box right. Or could have been last night's casino fallout. One of the two, not sure which. Bill Carroll, 625 for the Roadster. Taking on Mike Barber. Barber 606, Carroll 625. Win light give it to Barber. Wasn't pretty, but got it done. One above one to be 92 total as Bill Carroll goes down there and takes a dump truck. Took 76, needed to take 69 or less to get the job done. John Anderson, the 55 Chevy 572, taking on Shane Jett in the Monte Carlo 595. Win light, give it to Shane Jett on the double breakout. 594.3 on the 595. As Anderson, 571.3 on the 572. Andy Parcell, 613, taking on Jason Lawrence, 651. Looks like maybe some issues on the Lawrence machine. Not sure. Lee Zane was doing some work back there, but nope, looks like we're good to go. Win light, give it to Jason Lawrence, double breakout run. Lawrence is 11 up front, then breaks out 649.6 on the 651 as Andy 608.8 on the 613 with a 14 light and no good. Jake Moore's here, tower side, 618 in the pickup, taking on Will Winthrop, 641 for the Malibu. Win light, give it to Will Winthrop. Gets the true start win. 3 red, then goes 643.9 on the 641. As Morris, 008 red, then 619 with an 8 on the 618. Steve Dunn, 564 here, tower side, taking on John Scott in the Escape Vega, 594. And John did not set the box up correctly, and Dunn smartly shuts it down and grabs the win. Jack Grader, 519, taking on the double vision machine, 649 the dial. Win light, give it to the double vision machine. Dead on with a 1 to be 9 total. Jack Grader, 004 way up front, goes 1 above 2. Would not have had a chance there. Brock Mosier back up in the wheel standing wagon. 521, taking on Matt Consiglio, 668 for the Nova. Win light, give it to Mosier, 005, dead on 2 to be 7 total as Matt goes dead on with a 6 with 27 red and no good. Win light there, give it to Ron Reese, has 15, then quite a few above, as Adam Keir, 007 red, then breaking it out 599.9 on the 602. John Reed here, tower side 633 in the Dodge, taking on Lenny Wisniewski in the Camaro, 545. Win light goes to Wisniewski. Dead 3 to be 3 total. John Reed, 004 up front and wasting gas. 20 total would win you a lot of laps, but you pulled in the lanes wrong there, unfortunately. Jim Fordyce, 479 for the Sharp machine out of New Jersey. Taking on Marcus McClure here, tower side, 684. Get the win to Marcus McClure, 687.2 on the 684. The 14 reaction time is Fordyce, 1 above on the 479 dog, is 480 with a 1 on 479 and no good. Erica Grader, 584 in the Mustang, taking on Rich Nowitzki, 575 over in the Octane 94 lane. Win light, give it to Erica, 003 margin of victory. 3 dead, 9, 12 total. Nowitzki is 14 dead, 1, 15 total. What a great lap by both drivers right there. James Cardy and Chip Taylor, they came to party. Win light, give it to Cardy. 1 above 3 to be 17 total. Taylor, 1 above 1 to be 18 total. 001 margin of victory go to James Cardy. Chip Taylor hitting the buyback window, which is conveniently located at the bottom of the timing tower for you to get back into your chance at 30 grand. Win light, give it to Larry, 20, and then goes 710 with a 4 on a 706 as Gary extremely late at the light and then breaks it out by about a second. Skylar Stump back up now, 5:57 on the Camaro. Taking on Caleb Klein, 6:45. Win light, give it to Skylar. 25, 1 above 8 for the win. Klein, dead on 3 to be 59 total and no good. David Wing, 6:05, taking on Travis Hill in the Mustang, 6:21. Win light, give it to Travis Hill. 5, 1 above 5 to be 20 total. As Wing, 21, the hit is no good. Goes 6:079 on the 6:05. Brent Nowitzki, 6:07, taking on Bobby Weltner, or Kreltner here in the computer. In the 81 Firebird, 6:24 the dial. Bobby's still feeling the effects of the casino from last night. Give the win light to Brent. Trip up front. 3 above 9 to be 39 total. Locks out the 40 reaction time of Weltner. And dead on 6, 46 total and out of here. Barry Salter here in the Nova, 676. Extremely sharp machine. Taking on Les Gibson, 596 for the Pace Arrow. Win light, give it to Salter. 684.2 on the 676 with a 31 light as Les puts it 1 above 0 to be 366 total. Just a bit outside. Pete Morris, 622, taking on Brandon Miller, 657 in the Malibu. Win late, give it to Brandon Miller, dead on 0, 16 total. As my boy Britt would say, give him the dog point right there. Pete Morse goes 24 up front, 1 above 2, 36 total, and no good. Kristen Gagnon here tower side, 652 for the Vega wagon, taking on Jacob Wilson in the Camaro, 630. Winlake, give it to Wilson. Dead on 5 to be 12 total. As Kristen 009 up front and no good on the big end. 654, 3 on the 652. Evan Poust in the wheel standing wagon, 653, taking on Mike Yarnell in the pickup, 646. Winley goes to Powell, 17, 1 above 7 for the win as Yarnell 003 red and then breaking it out 1 thou. That one hurts. The $1 Million Man, Steve Sisko, 603 the dial for the Cavalier. Taking on Anthony Zegg, 615 for the Camaro. Some rips of the loud pedal give the win to Steve Sisko. 3 above 0 to be 45 total. Zeg 39 on the hit, puts it 1 above 3, and no good. He'll hit the buyback window at the bottom of the timing tower. Bob Murphy the third, 627 for the pickup, taking on Aaron Thim in the Camaro. 629. Winley, give it to Murph as Aaron turns to 002 red. Murphy goes down 625, 1 on the 627. Tim, 625, 7 on the 629. Dalton rolls here tower side in the Chevy 2, 514, taking on Marty Flagel, 558. Winley, give it to Dalton Rolls. 002 up front, 1 above 9, 21 total. Locks out Flagel's 33 hit, and he will hit the buyback window. Jim Laro, 641, taking on Steve Dunn, 564 for the Sharp Camaro over in the Octane 94 lane. Win late, give it to Jim. Dead on with a 9. Goes 22 total. It's done. 009 up front. Puts it 1 above 4. And loses that one by 001 margin of victory. Just a tight drag race there. Nothing you can do. Can't be mad at yourself. Dan Northrop, 574 for the Kamikaze Kid. Taking on Lee Zane and the J. Lawrence Camaro, 649. Win late, Kamikaze Kid, 005, then breaks it out, 571.6 on the 574 is Zane, 003 red, and then 650 with a 3 on a 649. John McClure, 514 here, Tower Side, in the Pro Stock truck. Greg Kelly, 632 in the Monza. One light, give it to Greg Kelly. 27, puts it 5 above, as McClure, 004 red and 4 above. Dale Gerhardt in the Chevy sedan, 599 the dial, taking on Wayne Redrow. Back to a door car. Got the Nova back together and out, 599. New paint job. Thing looks beautiful, as is everything that Redrow owns. And win light, give it to Gerhardt. The gentleman's joust goes to him. 6 flat with an 8 on a 599 as Redrow dead on with a 0 to be 59 total. But he'll need a Red Bull and a re-entry. Matt Wachowski, 658 in the pickup, takes on Daryl Tillman, the Daryl Tillman of Daryl Tillman Realty Group, sponsoring the title sponsor of the Independent Showdown here this weekend. 546 a dial. Identical 002 Reds give the win to Tillman. He goes 549.2 on the 546, and we'll move on. Wachowski 657.3 on the 658. We'll have to hit the buyback window. Jake Morris 617 in the pickup, taking on Mike Barber 606 on the Mustang. Win late, 002 margin victory, give it to Jake Morris. 21 totals, he's dead on 0. And Barber, dead on 9, be 23 total. 2,000 margin of victory, and Morris moves on. Brock Mosier back up in the wheel stand in Vega. 5:21, taking on Ron Reese. 6:24. Win light, give it to Mosier. 19, cuts it loose early as Reese 6:21.9 on 6:24. 11 red though, no good. Barry Salter back up, 6:75, taking on Jenna Yarnall in the pickup. 6:40 the dial. Give the win light there to Barry Salter. 6:76.9 on 6:75. Then 18 light takes out Jenna, who breaks it out 6:39.1 on the 6:40 for the loss. We'll cross over now to the long and skinnies. We got Josh Gamber here, tower side, 5:03. Taking on Jeff Taylor, 4:69 the dial for the long distance award winner. For the driver out of Apache Junction, Arizona. Next up, Joey Harrison here, tower side, 5:12. Behind the NAR Dragster. Taking on Nick Gianna Tiempo. I'm definitely killing that one. Neither driver spectacular at the starting line. And win light by 003, give it to Harrison. 5:15 with a 3 on a 5:12. Gets the job done as Nick dead on with a 6 to be 78 total and no good. Steven Turkowski, 4:65 here, tower side, taking on Jack Ostrowski. 4:51 for the race tack over in the far lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Double door cars to 1 and 2. Double door cars to 1 and 2. Win light, give it to Turkowski. 1 above 7 on the 565 dial with an 18 light. Identical was Jack. He goes 2 above 0 to be 38 total and no good. Mike Rogers here, tower side, 476 the dial. Mike was on a tear down at the Sean Sarah Memorial Drag Race a couple weeks ago. See if he can pick it back up here. 5:19 the dial for Bill Loveland over in the far lane in the American Dragster. Win light, give it to Rogers. 19, 2 above 7 to grab the win. As Loveland late and 5:23.3 on the 5:19. Tower side, 1956 is the car number. Not on file is the name. Taking on Christopher Riggins. 5:19 the dial for the Dragster out of Reading, Pennsylvania. Once again, we need double door cars. Double door cars if you've not made your second hit to 1 and 2. Double door cars for top valve. If you haven't made your second hit, bring them to 1 and 2. Win light, give it to Christopher Riggins. 5:20 with a 3 on the 5:19 with a 16. Latest tower side turns it red. And then goes 5:20 with a 2. On the 5:19, we had a gentleman's joust there. Didn't even notice. Damian DiStefano, 5:09 over in the far lane. Jessica Hoff here, tower side, 4:69. Double red light win, give it to Jessica Hoff. 4:70 with a 5 on a 4:69. As Damian 5:08.7 on the 5:09. 009 red. He's right there, got to buy back in. Randy Krause here, tower side, 4:87. Far lane, 4:81. Seth Jarrah is over in the other lane. A very unconventional lap there for Jeff. Way red. Issues on the run. Krause will move on. Dead on 7. With an 18 light. Sarah's head to the buyback window. Jason Hoff, 440. Taking on Frank Zegg, 468. Win light, give it to Frank Zegg. 471.0 on the 468 with a 002 light. As Hoff, 001 red, dead on 1. By the math, it looks like a perfect run. But in reality, it's a ticket to the buyback window, which is at the bottom of the timing tower. Don Balducci, 487. Taking on Michael Church, 535. Win light, give it to Balducci. 3, 1 above 2 to be 15 total. Michael Church, 11 on the hit, goes 2 above 0, and is no good. Jimmy DeChacco, James 441 the dial, taking on John Taylor, 468. Win light, give it to DeChacco. Dead on with an 8 to be 14 total is Taylor, 001 red, and then breaks out 7th out, 467, 3 on the 468, and headed to the buyback window. George Miller, 481, taking on Dave Deeds, 472. Win light, give it to Dave. 474.7 on the 472 of the 16 reaction time. As George Miller dead on with a 3, but 62 total won't get it done here in 30 grand to win Saturday. Tom Dalmer. Top Dobster, 467 the dial. Better known as Danny Bastinelli's best friend. Taking on Farlane, 516 the dial. Win light, give it to the far lane. 515 with a 6 on a 516 with a 20 light as Dauber, 001 red, 2 above, no good. Mike Hoff, 468. Taking on Greg Hicks. Hicks, 463 in the old overkill machine. Win light, give it to Greg Hicks. Dead on with a 5 to be 18 total. Locks out Hoffs 33 reaction time, 33 dead 3, and headed for a buyback. Cody Mariner, 456. He got him a big check this year. Taking on Jason Barrow, 440 for his machine. Three to a 4. Winlight, Mariner, dead on with an 8 to be 11 total. Takes out Barrow. He's 4, 1 above 4 to be 18 total. That'll win you a lot of laps, but not that one. Some 007 margin of victory going to the Salisbury, Maryland's Cody Mariner. Wilson Racing Engines powder machine here, Chris Reynolds, 450 the dial. Taking on Don Matson, 462. Winlight, give it to Matson. 006, 1 above 4 to be 20 total. Reynolds, 25 on the let go. No good. Goes down there to go dead on 8, and we'll have to buy it back. Scott Loris, 486, taking on Antoine Jett. Twan, 489 the dial. .001 red goes Loris, give the win to Twan. 486.7 on the 489 as Loris dead on 2. He's going to have to buy that one back in. Mike Morris, 449. Taking on Severn Johnson, 469 for his machine. Give the win there to Severn Johnson. 21 up front, dead on with a 3. Be 24 total. Takes out Morris's reaction time. Morris gets 449.9 on the 449 dial. And no good. Paul Kelly, 458. Taking on Jeff Wisniewski, 481. And that was a tight one. 002 margin of victory. Give it to Jeff Wisniewski. Dead on with a 5 to be 27 total. As Paul Kelly 15, one above 2, and no good. Tower side, Rick Turkowski 474. Taking on Jen Murray 559. And poor Rick. I saw him down there earlier and he just said, it's been one of those years, and it looks like it is continuing for him right now. So Turkowski gets backed off there. So Jen Murray will get the win and move into round number 2. Brian Crump here, tower side, 495, taking on Becky Mendenhall, 486. Breaking it out, 485.5 on the 486 and gets the win as Brian Crump 002 red, then puts it one above 0 on the 495 dial as Mendenhall will move on. Jerry Birchfield Jr. here, tower side, 439, taking on Caitlin Kraus, 477 for her machine over in the far lane. Birchfield cracks it 9 red, then breaks it out 3 little ones, 438.7 on the 439 as Caitlin goes 476.9 on the 477 and will move on. Emily LeBlanc here, tower side, 524 the dial. Taking on Dana Beauchamp, 472 for the race deck. Win light by 002, give it to Dana Beauchamp. Dead on with a 2 to be 18 total as Emily 19 on the let go, dead 120 total and no good. Michael Carpenter here, tower side, 476 for the driver out of Florida. Taking on Bob Hickey, 471 for the Watson McDaniel Dragster over in the far lane. Win light, give it to Bob. 26 on the hit, goes 472.7 on the 471 as Carpenter. 19 at the hit, but car slows up, goes 482.9 on the 476. But looking at the mile an hour, it was way out of it. Corey Ream, 523, taking on Joe D. Pascal, 433 here tower side. Red light, give it to Corey Ream, dead on with a 5. Not pretty, but 69 total and wins. As Joe turns it 4 red and breaks it out a whole one, 432.0 on the 433. Chris Wilson, Mr. Wilson Racing Engines, 450 the dial, taking on Bob Kalipski here tower side, 443. Win light, give it to Bob Kalipski. 10 total, 1 dead 9, as Wilson dead 0 and locked out. 25 total as Kalipski takes the win and moves on. Brian Balducci here, tower side, chicken 489 the dial, taking on Bill Carroll, 497. Margin of victory, give it over to Bill Carroll. Dead on with a 4 to be 29 total. Balducci 17 up front, then goes 490 with a 3 on a 489 and is no good. I'm pretty sure looking at the mile an hour, 136, chicken gave that one back. Far lane, Matt Etel, 477. Tower side, Matt Pizzolato, 449. Farley might be idle. Again, I am not the Merriam-Webster dictionary or pronunciation expert, so if Pizzolato, all right. So always recommend you come and correct me. We're in the map, outside, 001 red. Goes dead on with an 8 as Matt in the far lane shuts it down. WR Ketterman with the half-track burnout. Taking on Mark Kelly here, tower side, 458 in the Gentleman's Joust. Double Dragsters need you 3 and 4, please. Double Dragsters. Double Dragsters. Catterman goes 001 red. Misses it just like he did on the roulette table last night. Goes 456.7 on the 458. And Mark Kelly will move on 456.0 on the 458 below 26 light. So Dubs will need the buyback money he was saving last night. Ray Fordyce, 448, another gentleman's joust here. Back-to-back jousts. Bob Engelman here tower side. Miller on Miller, chassis crime. Fordyce turns it red, throws away dead on 2 as Bob Engelman, 14 total. 14 up front, dead 0 for the win. I can hardly believe this one. Bobby Inslee, Hollywood, 472 out of Crisfield, Maryland. Crystal must have bought him a GPS. He's found his way back to a racetrack. Taking on Greg Parsons, 479 over in the far lane. And Hollywood doesn't get the job done there as he breaks it out 2 thou. Greg Parsons will move on. Dead on with a 9. Be 15 total. Inslee 13 up front. And no good. Andrew Black 485 taking on Michael Shoup 475. 485 here tower side. Once again, we have called for double dragsters. Back to the lanes, please. Double dragsters back to 3 and 4. Double dragsters back to 3 and 4. Should be in the lanes. All doubles. Door cars and dragsters should be in the lanes. All doubles should be in the lane. Give the win there to Shoup. 13. Breaks it out 13. 473.7 on the 475. That's Andrew Black, 008 red. He goes 487.4 in the 485. Bill Maroon, 454 here. Tower side taking on Bobby Spence, 436 for the Pro Charge powered machine. Winley go with the Spence, dead on with an 8. Be 23 total, locks out Bill's 24 reaction time. Goes one above one for the loss. Gerard Paterka here at Tower Side, 460 the dial. Taking on Dreamweaver's very own Matt Shell. Shell, 484 the dial. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Junior Dragsters, Performance Junior Dragsters for Blittersdorf's Automotive round number 1. We need you to the lanes, please. 6, 7, and 8. 6 to 9-year-olds to 6, 10 to 12 to 7, 13 to 17 to lane 8. Junior Dragsters, first call for first round. Need you to the lanes, need you to the lanes now, please. Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Give the Trousseau Ren to Paterka as they're both 002 red. Paterka 463.4 on the 460, a Shell 485.5 on the 484. We'll have to hit the buyback window. Daryl Tillman, we need you to the lanes with your buy car. Daryl Tillman, we need you to the lanes with the buy car, please. Bob Murphy, 465 the dial. Taking on Tom Stalba, 480. Last and final call for all doubles in top. Last and final call for all doubles in top. Junior Dragsters have been called to the lanes, lanes 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8 for Junior Dragsters. Murph will move on. 19 up front. 461.2 on the 465. Stalba 004 red. Goes 477.2 on the 480. Dalton Rolls 442. Taking on Dan Northrop 453. Winlay give it to Northrop. 451.7 on 453 with a 23 late. It has Rolls 443.4 on the 442. Is no good with the 27 reaction time in the red side. Joey Harrison 505. Taking on Jeff Taylor 469. Winlight, give it to Jeff Taylor. 3 dead, 2, 5. A total locks out Harrison's 19 reaction. Breaks it out 503.4 on the 505 and no good. Steven Trukowski back up now. 466 the dial. Taking on the far lane. Far lane dial 516. And that's not Jason Barrow. He's already ran. Yeah, but I'm saying that he doesn't have a different number. Try that again with the mic on. Chris Reynolds up now, 450 the dial. In the Dragster, taking on Anthem, 625. And them with an issue on the starting line. And Chris Reynolds gonna kick himself there, turns it 15 red. Aaron breaks on the starting line, but courtesy of True Start, gets the win. Final call for top ET. If you are doubled or if your name is Daryl Tillman, this is the final call. Final call, final call for everyone in top ET. Junior Dragsters, you should be headed to the lanes. Junior Dragsters, you should be headed to the lanes. 131, 1519, and 1704 or 1709. You are the wait and see buys. But final call for all of top. And juniors, you should be to the lanes. Missed that last pair, I apologize, but we got David Wing now, 607, and John Reed, 635. Win light, give it to David Wing, 605-2 in the 607. As John Reed turned at 001 red. Chip Taylor up now in the pickups, 591, taking on Nick Gianna Tiempo, 501. But Chip Taylor will take it. 593.5 on the 591 dial to be 2 above 5 to be 81 total. He takes out the 3 above 0. 501 dial of Nick over in the far lane, and Chip Taylor will move on. A lot of numbers to add up there in what should be a very small number to win class. Mike Rogers back up, 476, taking on Greg Hicks, 463. This would be a marquee matchup of the round, as they would say. light, give it to Greg Hicks, 18, 1 above 3 to grab the win, as Rogers 3 above 3 on the 476 dial, 16 on the let go, and no good on the big end. Jeff Sarah, back up now, 480 the dial, taking on Jason Barrow, pumpkin 441. No good there for Jason Barrow as he turns it 10 red. Then he breaks it out 440 with a 0 on the 441. Jeff Sarah will move on with that entry. 478.8 on the 480 dial. And looks like we got Daryl Tillman. He had the wait and see buy. He wait and he saw that he did not have the buy. So Dale Tillman in the Corvette 545 taking on John Taylor in the Dragster 467. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need no box re-entry round to 1 and 2, please. No box re-entry round to 1 and 2, please. No box re-entry round to 1 and 2, please. Win late, give it to John Taylor. 468.4 on the 467 with a 12 late as Tillman 26 up front and breaks it out on the big end. 544.7 on the 545, and Taylor will move on. Once again, if your lane did not have electricity on the bulbs that you wish to see, there's not a problem with the scoreboards. Unfortunately, you just lost. But lucky for you, if you go to the first floor of the timing tower for either no box or top bulb, So we move into our B&M Performance Juniors Dragsters. Joey Fordyce up here, tower side, 1220, taking on Jameson Acevino, 1257. And get the win here, tower side to Joey. 12:44.9 on the 1220. As Jameson 12:88.7 on the 12:57. Landon Anderson here, tower side, 896, taking on Levi Narr, 890. And Anderson turns the red, give the win to Levi. 898.9 on the 890 dial. As Anderson 902.8 on the 896. Also next, 909. Eli Stack, 891. And give the win by 005 to Austin X. 911 with a 2 on a 909 with a 58 light as Eli 81 to hit goes 891 with a 4 on the 891, but no good. Olivia Gale 894 over in the far lane tower side. Annabella Costell 911 here tower side. And win late goes to Annabella, 54, and it goes 924.1 on the 911 as Olivia turns it 19 red, then goes 897.1 on the 894. Olivia Torchia here tower side 910, taking on Reagan Ketterman, 895 for the driver out of Laurel, Delaware. Give the win to Olivia as Reagan 009 red, then goes 905 with the 7 on an 895. Olivia dead on with a 3, but late at the light. Paige Doney here tower side at 890. Page is 18 on the hip, then goes 892.8 on the 890. Logan Gianna Tiempo, 1067 the dollar, taking on Evan Stack, 890. And Logan 24 red gives the win to Evan, 007 up front. And 888.3 on the 890 dial. Gets the win for Evan. Logan 1084.6 on the 1067. Madeline Brockmeyer, 813, taking on Gabriella McCloskey, 790. Give the win there to Gabriella as she is 13 up front and 2 of 4 for the win. As Madeline 25 on the red side, then goes 819 with a 0 on the 813. Anthony Magliocco here tower side, 790. Heads up dial with Jackson Greiner, 790 as well. Win light, give it to Anthony, 792.2 on the 790 with a 35 light is Jackson, 53 up front and goes 792.1 on the 790 for the loss. Danny Spots, 790 the dial, taking on Shane Connor, 792. Windley goes to Danny, 793 with a 0 on a 790 with a 68 reaction time. Connor, 009 red, goes 789 0 on a 792. Logan Anderson here, tower side, 796. Gianna Troy, 838 the dial. Win light's going to go to Anderson, 8010 on the 796 as Gianna breaks it out 835 with a 0 on an 838, but was late leaving the line. Troy Steinke, 790 here tower side, taking on James Stack Jr., 797 in the far lane. Once again, bottom ball buybacks. No box buybacks to 1 and 2, please. No box buybacks to 1 and 2, please. No box buybacks to 1 and 2. Win light there goes to James Stack. Courtesy of True Start, 003 red goes dead on with a 1 as Troy goes 796 1 on the 790, but was real early leaving the line. Ella Ketterman up here now, 797 the dial, taking on Aaron Willing, 798. Give the win to Ella, 8 flat with a 6 on the 797 dial with a 49 late as Aaron 8024 on a 798 with a 95 reaction time. We'll have to visit the buyback window. Paisley Anderson here, tower side, 794, taking on Austin Schaefer, 799. Winlight, give it to Paisley Anderson. 8 flat with an 8 on a 794. Austin, 8 flat, or 8011 on a 799 is out of here on that entry. There's no doubles in junior, so he's out of here. Headed to the buyback round. Charlotte X, 790, heads up dial with Alphonse Magliocco here tower side. Give the win to Alphonse, 793 with a 0 on a $790 with a 31 late as Charlotte, 799 1 on the 790 for the loss. 8 flat the dial for Zach Gale here tower side, taking on Anna Willing, 790 for the driver out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Big rips down on the big end. Give the win to Anna Willing. 794 with a 5 on a 790 as Zach cannot run the number. 819 with a 0 on 8 flat. Had the starting line advantage considerably. Madeline Torchia, 797, taking on Paul Stalba, 802. Win late goes to Paul Stalba, 8060 on the 802 with a 33 late as Madeline 008 up front and can't run the number 8047 on the 797 dial. JJ Schoenberg, 790, heads up dial with Bella Troy here tower side, 790. Give the win there to J.J. Schoenberg, 794.8 on the 790 with a 27 late, as Bella 794.5 on the 790 for the loss. Noah James, 796, taking on Abigail Martin, 790. Give the win there to Abigail Martin, 792-1 on 790, as Noah breaks it out. Sixth Al had more than enough room to back into that one, but unfortunately couldn't get the job done. Cue ball, Charlie Blittersdorf over in the far lane. Tower side. I know it's part of the Stewart crew. 811 is the dial. We got Malbury Stewart. And as I thought, that is Mallory Stewart. The viewer has a little bit of a typo there. Cue ball get the win though, 794-0 on the 795 as Mallory turns it 21 red, then goes 812 with a 1 on 811. Joey Torchia with the bye run here, 791. And that will conclude round number 1 of B&M Performance Junior Dragsters, Blittersdorf's Automotive, round number 1. And that will complete the Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown, the 6th annual event. Round number 1 here on 30K Saturday for top, 10K Saturday for no box, and 2K Saturday for junior dragsters. And Joey, 794 with a 6 on 791. We'll move on to round number 2. And looks like we have one more pair here for our younger kids. Lorenzo Gianna Tempo, 1196, and Lincoln Wisniewski, 1365. And give the win there to Lorenzo as Lincoln turns it red. And Lorenzo, 1189.7 on 1196, will move on. And with that, we have a challenge.
All right, listen up. So the first person to come to the tower with a selfie with the ticket booth girl wins a prize. She's bored, so she could use some company. So go get a selfie with her and bring it to me.
2 Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box re-entry round. As we've got Matt Richeza, 662 in the Cutlass, taking on Kevin Fahey here, Tower Side in the Charger 806. Winley give it to Kevin Fahey, 806.6 on the 806 with a 34 light, and Richeza 663.4 on the 662 with a 32 light. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need C2 competition converter and machining top off door cars for a re-entry round to 3 and 4. That's double. No. Winley, there goes to Ken Johns, 005, dead 6 to be 11 total. Steve Dustin, 25 and in the way. Johns will move back into the main event. Nathan Mendenhall, 596. Wheeling pops his car, taking on Ted Zana, 676 for the pickup. Once again, we need top door car re-entry rounds to 3 and 4, please. Top door cars for the re-entry round to 3 and 4, please. Winlight, give it here, Tower Side. 598.2 on the 596, as Ted, 577.1 on the 576. No good. William Hines, 628, taking on the Mendenhall truck, 619. And give the win here, Tower Side to the Mendenhall truck, 009. Gets the job done as the far lane late and unable to run the number. Marty Flagel in the pickup, 631, taking on Rich Wendler in the Mustang, 639. Winley there goes to Wendler on the double red light true start win. 640 with a 5 on the 639 as Flagel, 009 red, goes 643.6 on the 631, cuts it off. John Alloway, 631 in the Camaro, taking on Will Marshall, 599 in the Dart. Win late to Will Marshall, 6 flat with the 9 on the 599 with a 33 late. It's Alloway 008 up front, and then cannot run the number 637.9 on the 631. Lorenzo Gianna Tempo, 618 the dial, taking on Dennis Gerhardt here, tower side, 591 in the wagon. Win late goes to Lorenzo, 620 with a 4 on a 618. Has Gerhardt, 595-1 on the 591 dial for the loss. Dennis LeBlanc here, tower side, 646, taking on Joe Dedrick in the far lane, 629. Win late goes to Dedrick, 630 with a 7 on a 629 dial. As Dennis, 648-7 on the 646, can't get it done. Tower side Mustang 719 taking on Kenny Garofalo over in the far lane, 639. Win late goes here tower side to Chris, 720 with a 2 on a 719 with a 38 late, as Kenny, 642-4 on a 639 for the loss. Terry Neiman, 643, taking on Robert Smith, 644 in the Chevy 2. Give the win late to Robert Smith, 648 with a 4 on a 644 dial. With a 23 late as Neiman, 646.9 on a 643 with a 30 late. 002 margin of victory goes over to Robert Smith. Matt Wachowski, 632, taking on Jeannie Northrup. Northrup, 588. Win late goes to Jeannie. It's 591-0 on the 588 with a 21 late as Wachowski turns it red. 633-3 on the 632 is his run, and he is done for the day in that entry. Brock Mosier in the pickup, 654, taking on Ray Fordyce in the S10, 659. Win late, give it to Mosier. 658-0 on the 654 dial with a 36 late as Fordyce 663-4 on the 659 with a 37 late is not able to get the job done. Kyle Gockley 602 in the S10 taking on Jillian Kleinfelter 680. And give the win to Gockley there. 29 on the hit, goes 613 with a 1 on 602 as Jillian missed it big time, then goes 685-0 on the 680. Bob Mulaney 683, taking on Mike Tremblay 573 here for the motorcycle rider. Win light goes to Mulaney, 687 with a 0 on a 683. As Tremblay 578.6 on the 573 dial is no good. JT Schaefer in the Mercury Capri taking on Paul Stalva. Stalva 659, Schaefer 641. Win light, give it to Stalva, dead on with a 7 to be 28 total. Takes out Schaefer's 29 reaction time, 29 dead, 7 win. Quite a few laps, but unfortunately for him, not here. Far lane 664, taking on Eric Benkovitz, 683. Win light, give it to the far lane, 669-1 on a 664 with a 25 late as Eric, 685-0 on a 683 with a 78 late is no good. Dave Dissinger in the Mazda, 625, taking on Jesse Marshall, 719. And if you haven't got your 50-50 tickets yet to help support the Junior Dragsters going to the Eastern Conference Finals, they're making one last round, so be sure to find the girls and grab your 50-50 tickets from them. Win light goes to Dave Dissinger, 628 with a 6 on a 625 with a 14 light. Jesse Marshall, 722.9 on a 719 with a 34 light is no good. Next up, Theo Meyer, 605. Kurt Holland, 630.
All right, Dragster buyback, Dragster buyback. We could use it as 7 and 8. Dragster buyback, 7 and 8. Door car buyback. If you're not there, you need to get there. We're starting to run out of no box cars. Once again, Dragster buyback 7 and 8. Door car buyback. If you're not there, we need you to get there, please. All right, once again, we need, this is the final call for no box buyback. Final call for no box buyback. I got 3 cars in the lanes and one of them's the buy run. So final call, door car buybacks. Final call, foot brake buybacks. Final call, door car buybacks on the top bulb side. Dragsters buyback, we need you to 7 and 8. Dragster buyback, we need you to 7 and 8.
Give the win there to Stone Cold Steve Dustin. 29 up front, then gets the job done on the big end as Thea Myers was late at the hit. And this will be the final car for the round of buybacks in Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box. And Jeff Serra picks up the win. Throws the 139 up on the board, as is the right thing to do in his brother's honor. And he'll move back into the main event. And now we head into C2 competition converter and machining top bulb. We got Jack Grader in the T-Bird here, 520, taking on Lee Zane in the Camaro, 651. And Lee Zane, everybody hide the sharp objects. He's taken 31. Needed to take 27 or less to get the job done there. As Jack Grader, 10, one above 8 to be 28 total, and moving back into the main event for 30 grand. Andy Parcell, 609, taking on John Scott, 594. Stripe, win light, give it to Parcell. He's 12, goes 3 above 0 to be 42 total. Takes out John Scott, who's 26 up front, 3 above a 9. Starting to see some guys slowing down. Looks like flags maybe changing a little bit, more of a crosswind, and the sunshine is coming out. So getting hot, humid, and all the fun things of summer out there. But I'll take a short break here for some of the buyback round, and I'll give it over to Killer Cam Murray. He's going to announce Daryl Tillman and John Anderson right after this. As Tillman grabs the win, dead on with 7 to be 40 total. Anderson 003 red, and he goes 572.6 on the 571.
All right, thank you, Chad. We are in re-entry round here for top bulb. We got a nasty one here between Ron Reese and Rich Nowitzki. 3 thou, separate him, win light. Give it to Nowitzki. He's 11 total, 4 dead, 7 gets the win to move back into round number 2. Reese was 007, but puts it 5 above, and that is no good. Rich Nowitzki will move back into round number 2. Caleb Klein comes up now, the Dodge Dakota, coming in out of Maryland, dialed in 647. Going to get the head start over Pete Morris, dialed in 623. Slight head going to Morris, win light. Going to Morris, 19, 1 above 0. Locks out the 033 reaction time of Klein. 29 total for Pete Morris. Movement around number 2. Caleb Klein will be parked on that entry for the rest of the day. It's John McClure and Anthony Zeg will be the next 2. 1 second the difference in dial-in here. Zeg in the 82 Camaro. 616 going to get the head start over the Watson McDaniel pickup truck, dialed in 516. Neither driver is good at this one. Someone's got to win it, and that's going to be Anthony Zeg. He is 1 above 0 to be 69 total. As John McClure, 58 and 2 above 9. No good. Anthony Zeg will get into round number 2. David Wing up next. He's over here tower side, 605 dial-in, taking on Gary Edel. That's what we'll go with. Pretty quick Malibu over there, dialed in 562. Red light start for David. Give the win to Gary, 007 and 13th thou under, as David Wing is 005 red and 17th thou above. Gary Edel will go into round number 2. Mike Barber, Jim Fordyce next to Mike Barber. 605 dial in for the Mustang. Clicks it down 1 as Jim Fordyce can try to peel the white paint off of the Mustang. At the 8th mile stripe, dialed in 481. Win light there, give it to Fordyce, 13, dead 8. Locks out the 031 reaction time of Mike Barber. Jim Fordyce will come back for round 2. Attention out there in the pits. Need junior dragster buybacks to the staging lanes, please. Our younger crowd will go to lane 4. The intermediates to lane 5, and the oldest group to lane 6. Junior dragster buybacks, 4, 5, and 6. Need you now, please. Once again, that's the younger crowd to 4. The intermediate grouping to 5, and the old grouping to 6. Junior dragster buybacks. All right, attention out there in the pits as well. We have the 50-50 raffle that we're about to draw here. Miss Paisley is up here. And this was for the junior dragster team that's going out to Bristol here next month. So appreciate everyone that paid in for that. The prize here is going to be $115. I'm the lucky person that gets to draw the ticket. We'll see. I'll see if I can grab like 5 or 6 of them. All right, we just grab one. Okay, so it's a red ticket, as you all probably know. Red ticket number 913612. Once again, red ticket for the 50-50 raffle for $115. If you have 913612, bring it to the first floor of the tower. Paisley has the money ready for you. Once again, 913612. Of course. All right, I missed a few pairs there. We got Jake Morris and we'll just say Bobby on this one. Bobby 624 dial and Jake Morris 617. Bobby's Firebird is out in front. Bobby going to get the win. 18, 1 above 9 gets the win. As Morris is 1 above 2 and is 14th out behind. A little bit late on let go, 39. As Bobby going to move into round number 2. Well, here comes Matt Witkowski. He's in out of the very long drive out of Elverson, Pennsylvania. 657 dial-in. Going to be looking across at Marty Flegel. 557 the dial-in for the Nova. Reaction times give the win to Flegel. 7 dead 3, 10 total. Gets the win as Witkowski is 7 dead 6, 13 total. No good. Marty Flegel 10 pack gets him back into round number 2. Hey, I know I've been making a lot of announcements out here. I came up at the worst possible time, but I have a great announcement. The racer meals are ready, so make sure you bring your racer tickets to the concession stand, and they are ready for you. If you are hungry, I would head down there now. Get it while it's hot. Racer meals, racer appreciation meals are ready. All right, Chris Reynolds, Jason Barrow. As we move into the dragster contingent here in Top Bulb re-entry. Jason Barrow going to be doing the chasing here. He's over there on the Octane 94 side of the racetrack, 441 against Chris Reynolds, 452. Nasty again, 1 to a 2. How about 2 total? Chris Reynolds, 1 dead 1. Man, you guys are just mean out here in the buyback round. Jason Barrow, 002, 1 above 4, 16 pack. Thanks for playing. Chris Reynolds, 2 pack. Here in the re-entry round to kick off Dragsters. Moving in around number 2. As Josh Gamber and Michael Church will be the next 2 to tackle the racing surface here. 503 dial in for Gamber. He's tower side, coming in out of Falling Waters, West Virginia. Michael Church dialed in 536. He'll be leaving first. Once again, Junior Dragster buybacks need you to the staging lanes now, please. 4, 5, and 6 for Junior Dragster buybacks. The younger crowd will go to lane 4, intermediates to lane 5, and the oldest grouping to lane 6. Junior Dragster buybacks need you to 4, 5, and 6, please. Give this one to Gamber. Michael Church is 13, take 33 to break it out by 2 stinking thou. Needs to take 31 or less. Gamber 17 and 2 above 7 is going to turn on the lamp. He'll be back for round number 2. Now we have Mike Morris and Jack Ostrowski. Ostrowski dialed in 452. Mike Morris 449. Ostrowski grabs himself a bunch at the starting line, parlays that into a victory. 008, 1 above 7 gets the win. As Morris is dead on 8 to be 42 total, leaves him 17 thou behind. Jack Ostrowski. He'll get back in for round number 2. Brian Crump and Damian DeStefano. That's what we're going to go with. 508 dial in for Damian. He'll be getting chased by Brian Crump, who's dialed in 496 here tower side. Brian Crump does a great driving job there. 8 take 2 to be 1 above 6 for the win. As Damian DeStefano, 15, 1 above 1. 26 total, leaves him 2 thou behind. Brian Crump will come back for round 2. Here comes Jason Hoff and Chris Wilson. Wilson, who I believe won Saturday here last year and is on the T-shirt. 451. The dial in for Wilson. Jason Hoff going to be doing the chasing. 441 dial in here, tower side. Identical reaction times here. 15's a pair, and it's going to be Chris Wilson. 15 dead on 3 to be 18 total, as Jason Hoff is 15 and 1 above 0. No good. 7th out margin victory for Chris Wilson. Final call for top buybacks. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Extremely late. Final call for top buybacks. If your electricity did not turn on in round number 1 and you paid the team down in the first floor of the tower and have not made a run yet, we will take you into the staging lanes now, please. And once again, junior dragsters, if you are in that buyback round, or re-entry as we call it, we'll take you to 4, 5, and 6, please. Scott Lorish and Ray Fordyce Jr. Be the next two. Lorish already pre-staged here, tower side, dialed in 486, and Ray Fordyce Jr., 448. Advantage Lorish, win light. Lorish, 35 dead 5, 40 total. Turns on the win light. Has Fordyce is 37 and 2 above. No good. Scott Lorish will be back for round number 2. Bill Marone and Matt Shell. Matt Shell coming in out of Long Valley, New Jersey. He's over there in the right lane, dialed in 485. Going to be getting chased by Bill Marone, dialed in 454. Marone is 2 thou red, and Matt Shell gets away with 1. 1 above 6 to be 49 total for Matt Shell. Going to pick up the win as Bill 455 won on the 454 prediction after the 002 red light. Next pair, we got Bobby Inslee and Tom Stalba. Stalba, 480. The prediction. It's over there, Octane 94 side of the racetrack, and Bobby Inslee coming in out of Crisfield, Maryland, 471. 10th thou advantage for Stalba. Win light for Stalba. 2 dead 9. 11 total. Locks out the 12 dead 0 of Inslee. Wow. Stalba. 2 take 1 to be 11 total. Inslee's dead 0 and can't win the drag race. Tom Stalba back in for round number 2. All right, last pair on track there. Jerry Birchfield picks up the win by 003. 13, 1 above 7. Knocks out John Taylor's 20 and 1 above 3 for the loss. Jerry Birchfield Jr. will be moving into round 2. As W.R. Ketterman and Emily LeBlanc come up next. LeBlanc coming in out of Manchester, New Hampshire. Another proud New Hampshireite. 523 dialing, and Ketterman coming in out of Maryland, 457. Over there on the Octane 94 side. Dennis, I need you to go run and grab that time slip before Emily does, because she's dead on 4 with a 002 pink on her side of the racetrack. Ketterman dead 6 to be 66 total, but moving on after the red light start from Emily. Good matchup here. Wouldn't necessarily expect to see it in the re-entry round, though. Brian Balducci and Jeff Serra. Balducci here, tower side, 489, is going to get the slight head start over Jeff, who's dialed in 484. Getting some new media updates in the comments. Looks like Paul Northrup took out Kevin Core today. Both drivers are going to take their time as Balducci is the first one to stage. Here comes Jeff. Five thou advantage. You already hear the rips coming from Jeff Serra. He takes the win. 15, take 9 to be 1 above 9. Balducci is 20 and 2 above 3, no good. Give the win to Jeff Serra. Last pair on track, give the win to George Miller over Andrew Black. George is 002, 3 above, taking 8th thou. As Andrew is 26 and 1 above 6, no good. Last call for junior dragster buybacks. If you're not in the lanes, we need you there now, please. Last call for junior dragster buybacks. To the staging lanes, please. So we're just about finished up with our top bulb re-entry as Dalton Rolls and Mike Rogers be the next two. Mike might be in trouble here, and he is. 009, dead 8 for Dalton Rolls, 17 total. Locks out Mike Rogers, who's 27, and takes 7th thou to break it out by 17. Next pair going to be Tom Dauber and Chris Reynolds in his other vehicle. Laid down 2 total in his first re-entry. Winlight, give it to Dauber. 9, dead 9, 18 total. Gets him there first, 3 thou. Chris Reynolds is 14, dead 7. Leaves him 3 thou behind. Tom Dauber moving on. Tension out there in the pits. This will be a first call for round 2 doubles in no box. Round 2 doubles in no box. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Once again, this is a round 2 call for no box doubles to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box doubles, lanes 1 and 2, please. As Matt Idle going to get the win here. Mike Hoff is 005 red. Matt Idle 18 and runs it out to be 32 thou under. Carrying just a little bit into round number 2. All right, last pair here in top bulb, re-entry. It's Jason Barrow and Joey Harrison. Once again, no box doubles. No box doubles for round number 2. We'll take you to 1 and 2, please. No box doubles. Need you to lanes for round number 2, please. Joey Harrison, 506 dial-in. Going to be getting chased by Jason Barrows, 442. Barrow turns it on the red side by 13 thou, and Harrison is 48 to above, getting the win. That will conclude the re-entry round here in Top Bowl. While it's quiet, folks, I know he's not here, but I'm reading in the comments. Make sure if you have a way to communicate with him. Tom Scripignano turning 35 today. Happy birthday, Tom. No box doubles, no box doubles. The 1 and 2, please. I see a total of 0 of you in the lane so far. No box doubles for round 2. Need you to 1 and 2, please. For no box round 2, potential wait and see by car number 621. That's Jeff or Macy. Not sure which one of you it is. You can fight it out amongst yourselves, I guess. Car number 621, potential wait and see by here for round 2 of no box. Jameson Acevino going to be advancing in round number 2 as Lincoln Wisniewski breaks out by 4 thousandths, 1379.6 on the 1380. Jameson will benefit and move into round number 2 as we have Landon Anderson and Eli Stack. I don't think Jimmy's doing any driving duties this weekend. 891 dialing for Eli. Going to be chasing down Landon Anderson's 901. Good old FRBR Andy out there on the starting line. Well, Landon was supposed to leave first, and he did not. He is in a world of pain, and Eli Stack is going to deliver. 29 and 5 above, as Landon is dead on 6, but puts him 152 total. Eli Stack, excuse me, going to go into round number 2. Reagan Ketterman and Logan Giannatempo. Thank you for the assist there, Billy. Oh, it looked like a mouthful for me. 1087 dial in for Logan, and we're going to leave it that way. as Reagan Ketterman 905 will be doing the chasing in this pair over there on the Octane 94 side. Give the win on a double breakout to Reagan Ketterman 903 on the 905 as Logan 1082 on the 1087. No good. Reagan Ketterman will move in around 2. Next two up here on the starting line, Olivia Gale and Madeline Brockmeyer. Brockmeyer coming in out of York, Pennsylvania, 818 the dial-in, and Olivia Gale, 896. Olivia over there on the Octane 94 side. Double red light start. Give the win to Madeline Brockmeyer. See what she does against the 818. It's dead on 6. So aside from the red light, that's a pretty good run. But the win light's still on, and Madeline Brockmeyer will come back for round number 2. Noah James and Charlotte X. X dialed in 796. Should leave first over Noah, dialed in 794. Noah coming in out of Seaford, Delaware. Wow, it is nasty in this pair. 7 thou separate them. Win light, give it to Charlotte X. She's 000, 1 above 1, 11 total. As Noah James is 007 and 1 above 6. That's 21 total. Excuse me, 23 total. That's still a good lap, but no good. Charlotte X, 000 and 1 above for the win. Round 2, no box. That means everybody, not just doubles. Doubles are slacking a little bit, so we'll get round 2 of no box. Everybody has been called to 1 and 2. Any spillover will go to 3 and 4. I need no box. Round number 2 in all of its glory to lanes 1 and 2, please. No box, no box, no box to lanes 1 and 2. Zach Gale and Austin Wills Schaefer. Austin misses it, turns on the red light, gives the automatic win to Zach Gale, 16 and 2 above for the win. And Austin will have to wait until the Gamblers race here later tonight if he wants to get in on that. Troy Stanky and Shane Connor. Connor coming in out of Elkton, Maryland, 792. Giving up the slight head start to the sick junior belonging to Troy Stanky. Dialed in 795 out of Holland, Pennsylvania. Shane, big time starting line advantage, but he takes way too much at the finish line. 16 get there first, 122 to break it out. 8th thou needs to take a measly 114 or less, as Troy is 96 and 3 above for the win. He'll be back in round number 2. Jackson Griner going to make his way back into round 2 as Aaron Willing is 12th thou red, and then dead 5 just to add insult to injury. Griner 58 and 3 above puts him back in for round number 2. Madeline Torsha and Mallory Stewart. Sounds like someone lost fire out there. It looks like that might be Torsha. 801 dial in for Madeline. Going to be doing the chasing. Over Mallory Stewart, dialed in 812. Coming in out of Fairmont, West Virginia. Mallory actually, I think, just celebrated a birthday this week. Happy birthday, Mallory. And Tom Strifignano. That was in the comments. And, it looks like they're pushing Madeline off the racing surface. Very unfortunate. Means they're going to get a competition single here for Mallory Stewart. She'll get a free look here at 812 and get back into round number 2. And Mallory's free look at 812 results in a dead-on 6 pass. It looks like that ends re-entry here today here at the 6th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independent Showdown, brought to you by FRBR Promotions. We'll be heading into round 2 here very shortly with no box. All right, already into it. Round 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box, brought to you by Morris Performance Transmissions. Got a pair of 590 door cars on the starting line to start. Will Marshall, 598 dial-in in the Dart. Well, he just went in and double bulbed, and it don't look like he's backing up. 595 dial-in. Oh, there he goes. 595 dial-in for what I believe is Nathan Mendenhall. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't tell if the helmet is his. I feel like it has to be. They'll be doing the slight chasing in this pair. Good race here. 14 left second. Win light shining for Nathan Mendenhall. 006, one above one. 17 total. As Marshall's 14 take 31 to break it out by 28. He needs to take 3 or less. Nathan Mendenhall moving on. Here comes George Fisher and Scott Embley. Jana. Jana, 621 dial-in. And Nathan Struck taking on George Fisher, 617. Another driver coming in out of New Hampshire. I know Scott's watching at home. He's got his Mott's apple juice at the ready. Scott, you might have to send me a chug video if the wind light turns on here left side of the racetrack. We'll see. Well, Jana was supposed to leave first. I feel like they left together, but George Fisher breaks out by 16 thou, taking 56. Jana, dead 7, puts it 56 total, but she's moving on that entry. As now it's Macy Stewart and Bob Mullaney. Mullaney dialed in 686, going to do the New Jersey shuffle, put it in deep. As Macy coming in out of Fairmont, West Virginia. Recent college graduate, dialed in 636. Brake lights are flashing for Mullaney, and the wind lights shining over there as well. 2 above 9 after the 033 reaction time. Macy is 3 above after an 056 let go, and Bob Mullaney is going to advance into round number 3. Dave Dissinger and Rich Wendler. Dissinger 626 for the Street Monza, as Rich Wendler dialed in 640 in his 2004 modeled Mustang. Dissinger kicks boots to 4 thou red. Give the win to Wendler. 14 and a thou under. Put Rich Wendler into round number 3. Got that thing dialed in tight. Okay, I had to get my notes straight. That is Brock Mosier. Left side, 658 dial in. Evan Paus says that looks pretty good. I'll dial that as well. He's over there in the Vega wagon. Paus is 24 thou ahead at the finish line. Mosier on the drop. No good. Paust 660 at 93 miles an hour after a 006 leave. Mosier is 30, get there first 11 to break out 11. But Paust crosses at 93 miles an hour, picks up the win light over Brock Mosier. Trish Witt, Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly coming in out of Southampton, New Jersey. 638 dial-in. And Trish Witt going to be doing the chasing in this pair. Honeybrook, Pennsylvania's own. Camaro over here, tower side, 568, the dial-in for Trish. Fourth thou advantage and a win light for Trish Witt, 28 and 1 above 3. Gets the win as Mark Kelly was 32 and 3 above, no good. Trish Witt will advance to round number 3. Jeff Stewart, Bill Colburn. Colburn's got the 73 Challenger, right side of the racetrack, 678. That's what the window marker has decided to ride right on the side of the window for Bill Colburn. Jeff Stewart, 633. It actually looks like he has it written in as well, even though he's got the LED boards in there. He's going to be doing the chasing here, tower side. Colburn is big time red and give the win to Jeff Stewart, 13 and 2 thou under. Moving on. David Harvey Jr., the Valiant, 703. Coming in out of Atco, New Jersey. Going to knock the top bulb out. He's getting a full tree plus head start over Jake Knorr. 545 dial in for the Chevelle. Win light, David Harvey Jr., 1 above 0 with an 036 reaction time as Jake Knorr, 003 on the wrong side of the tree. Runs it out to a 549 on the 545 prediction. Battle of Chevrolets here that are being piloted by females, Skylar Stump and Jeannie Northrup. Northrup has the 67 model Camaro, 590 prediction. Stumpy, 558 for her 69 model Camaro. That is painful. Dead on 6 for Stump, but left 001 on the wrong side of the tree. Northrup 33, dead 1, moving on. After the red light start from Skylar. Here comes Kurt Holland and Steve Dickey. Another 69 Camaro. That belongs to Steve Dickey. 610 the dial in. Kurt Holland in a 79 modeled Camaro. 630 is the prediction. Kurt also on this year's t-shirt. You can pick up down the first floor of the tower. One thou separate Holland and Dickey. Win light going to Dickey. 22, 1 above 4. Gets him there first by 6 thou. Holland 23 and 1 above 9. Leaves him 6 thou behind. Steve Dickey going around 3. Soggy Dunn and DH3, David Harvey 3. 680 the dial in for the Pontiac Le Mans. Going to be getting chased by the Camaro of Soggy Dunn, dialed in 635. Win light, give it to Soggy. Harvey is 5 thou red, then puts it dead on 7. Has Soggy 42 and a thou under. Going to be moving on to round number 3. Chris Croto and Lorenzo Gianatiempo. And Chris is going to need a hug. 15, take 102 to break it out by 8 thou. Lorenzo follows him through to break it out by 3 thou after a 112 leave. Croto needs to snug it up to just 97 to turn on the lamp there. Can't do it. Lorenzo going to come back for round 3. Kevin Fahey, John Hedenberg. Hedenberg, 648 dial-in, coming in out of Spotswood, New Jersey. And Fahey in the 15 Charger, 812 the dial-in out of Old Forge, Pennsylvania. Red light start for Fahey, give the automatic win to Hedenberg. Hedenberg is 48 and 1 above as Fahey, 10 thou red and 2 above 4. Ends his day in the Roadrunner Race Fuels No Box 10K here on Saturday. Marty Flegel, Ken Johns. John 773 dial-in for the Chevelle. Going to knock out the top bulb as Flegel dialed in 557. You have to wait there just a little bit. Ken Johns dead on 9 to be 42 total. Unfortunate for him, Marty Flegel did not miss it. He's 008, take 009, and goes 2 above for the win. Marty Flegel going to advance on that entry. As it looks like Joe Dedrick and Greg Myers will be the next 2. Dedrick in the Vega, 629 the dial-in, going to be leaving first. It's Greg Myers in his Camaro dialed in 582. Greg Myers for the win, 008, 4 above gets the win, as Dedrick is 46 and 2 above, no good. Greg Myers going to move to round 3. This was, I'm sure, not planned, as Emily and Jeff Allenbach are going to be the next 2 on the track. And in a double red light win, it's going to go to Emily. She's 9 thou red. Jeff is 12 thou red. Both drivers 1 above after the red light starts. Emily going to advance to round number 3. Kyle Gockley, Michael Lombardo. Lombardo, I believe this is an NHRA legal stalker, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't tell. I believe it is. 744 the dial-in for Lombardo. Going to get quite the head start here over Kyle Gockley, dialed in 603. Big time advantage for Gockley, and he does not mess this one up. 3 above after an 048 leave. Still gets from there first a 10th, as Lombardo is 4 above. I think it puts him 200 total. No good. Kyle Gockley going to move on. Rory Weenie and Kenny Garofalo. Garofalo 641, Weenie 627. Win light, give it to Garofalo. 27 and 2 above gets the win, as Weenie was a little bit tardy, got there second, and still broke out. Give the win to Kenny Garofalo. Michael Franks and Matt Consiglio. Consiglio coming in out of Rome, New York. 668. Dial in for him. And Michael Franks, 632 the dial in. Said, Scott, you're not driving this weekend. I'm taking over. And he is not going to like that time ticket, I promise you. 009 wrong side for Michael Franks, as Consiglio is way above and was not on time at the tree. Not sure what happened there. But win light's on as Michael Franks dropped it 9th thou red. Next pair, Matt Patterson and Bobby Pennebaker. Good race here. Patterson 665, Pennebaker 7 flat. Give the win to Patterson. Both drivers are 21, passing the Christmas tree. Patterson snugs it up to 6th thou to be 4 above. Turning on the lamp. Jeff Serra going to want that one back. 17, get behind 6th thou. And gives the win to Christopher Krajewski. That's what we'll go with. 36 dead 1. Sneaks him out in front by 6th thou. Jeff Serra going to be parked on that entry. Attention out there in the pits. We will take top door cars. Round number 2 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Top door cars. Round 2, 1 and 2 are there for you. Sold out from TJ Jordan. Top door cars, we need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Top door cars for round 2. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. As Denny Renninger turns on the red light, gives the win to Robert Smith. 15, 1 above. Nice lap. He'll be in round number 3 as Eric Bendekovitz and Dave Harris be the next two. Bendekovitz, 684 dial in for the 86 modeled Camaro. Dave Harris, 663 to dial in for the Chevelle coming in out of Millville, New Jersey. He's over there on the Octane 94 side. Red lights are for Bendekovitz. Give the win to Dave Harris. It's 41 and 5 above. Gets the win. Bendekovitz, 14th thou red and 1 above. No good.
Yes. It's in the right pocket.
Once again, top door cars for round 2. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. Top door cars for round 2. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. No box. If you are doubled, make sure you're getting back for your second entry. Lanes 3 and 4 are available for you if you're getting back in for your second entry. Vince Wade and Tina Lisey. Win life for Tina, 21 dead 6, 27 total, as Vince Wade is an unfortunate 001 red and then runs 611 on the 609 prediction. So Tina Lisey will be back in for round number 3. See her again as Tommy Teague and Steve Dustin. Dustin Tower side sailed in 730 and Tommy Teague 655. Tommy T going to pick up the win. 008, 4 above. as Dustin was 56 and 3 above, no good. Tommy T going to move on. Terry Neiman and Paul Stalba. Stalba conveniently in out of Hammertown, New Jersey. I'll have to map check that one. 6:59 the dial-in. Taking on Terry Neiman, 6:46 out of Mooresville, North Carolina. Appreciate him making the trip. Neiman 002 red, give the win to Stalba. 11 and 23 thou under, showing a little bit of his hand. Stock eliminator ride of Stalba will move on into round number 3. Is Caleb Klein and John Alloway. Columbus, New Jersey is where John calls home. 6:49 the dial-in. Caleb Klein is elected to dial 6:49 as well. He's in the 91 Dodge Dakota. Well, unfortunately, you may have been able to see who left first, and that was Caleb Klein. He gets the win, 3 above, with an 0:53 reaction time. John, unfortunately, broke out by 3 thou, but that was the least of his worries. His reaction time started with a 1, and that usually does not spell anything good on the time ticket. Robert Reinert Jr. I actually got that right earlier. I got a guess. That's who was driving the truck this weekend. As we got a battle of S10s. Layla Gockley, 734. Over there on the Octane 94 side, leaving first. Robert Reinert, 581. Slight advantage going to the FRBR truck, and that's picking up the win. 584 on the 581 with an 0:26 reaction time. Still gets there first by 18. As Gockley, 42 and 3 above. No good. Robert Reinert Jr. going to go into round number 3. Jeremy Kleinfelter and Jeremy Kleinfelter and Ed Racis. Racis, 612, the dial-in for the Malibu. Kleinfelter, 643 in the pickup truck. Racis coming in out of West Lawn, Pennsylvania. Moving on, 25 dead 3, 28 total. Locks out the 0:44 reaction time of Jeremy Kleinfelter, who goes out there and breaks out by 5 thou anyway. Ed Racis will be back for round number 3 as... Is this really Kevin Mendenhall? It must be. My screen says Kevin Mendenhall here, left side. 651, taking on Matt Richeza, 664. The Cuddy Buddies moving on. 23 and 2 thou under for Matt Richeza gets the win. I'm still not convinced that's Kevin Mendenhall, though. 41 and a bunch under. 43 to be exact. We'll turn on the win light for Matt Richeza on the double breakout. Chris Connor taking on Mike Tremblay. Tremblay, one of the few, maybe the only that's on 2 wheels here this weekend, 578 for the Busa. Getting chased by Chris Connor, dialed in 569. Once again, we need top door cars for round 2. Top door cars for round 2 to 1 and 2, please. Top door cars for round 2 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Chris Connor picks up the win, 25 and 4 over. Still gets him there first by 300. Tremblay broke out trying to get there. Win light goes to Chris Connor. Scott Embley has confirmed that that was Kevin Mendenhall. But I still have not seen the chugging of the Mott's apple juice after the Jana win light. I'm still waiting on that. That is not how you spell Griner. Mike Griner and Jeremy Stoker next to. Mike Griner going to pick up the win as Stoker is 29 thou red. How about 6 total Mike Griner? Fortunately, wasted on the red light. 4 dead 2 for Mike Greiner. Nice lap. Going to move on as Stoker. 29 red and 2 above. No good. Mike Greiner, 6 total. Macy Stewart back up for her second entry, and she's going to be taking on Andrew Bracuto in this pair. West Virginia meeting New Jersey on the starting line right now. Bracuto 629, the dial in for the Fire Chicken. Going to be giving chase to the Cutlass of Stewart, dialed in 637. Macy said she wasn't going to be in the 50s again. 000 and a win light. 3 above 3 to be 33 total. That is how that works when you're 000 on the tree. Bracuto 23 and 2 above. Leaves him 13th out behind. Macy. Trip Zip picking up the win light. Dave Dissinger and Ed Bendekovitz. Bendekovitz dialed in 661. Dave Dissinger here tower side as he normally is. 626 for the Monza. And Dave backs up his red light with a solid 001 reaction time. Shows his hand a little bit. 623 on the 626 prediction. Bendekovitz was 11th thou red and 1 over 6. No good. Dissinger 001 on the tree. And a couple under. As this one is definitely Nathan Mendenhall. Wow, how did this happen? So first pair of the round was Nathan Mendenhall taking on Will Marshall. On the starting line is Nathan Mendenhall and Will Marshall. So Nathan got the first one, and Will has dialed it down 2. Nathan has kept the dial the same. Now, Marshall did break out on the first one by a considerable margin. Both drivers are solid, though. Nathan was 6 and Will was 14. I haven't had enough to drink, if I can remember that. That's not good. So we're a little bit tighter on the dials this time. 596 for Will, 595 for Nathan. We'll see if we can split this one down the middle, or if it's going to be Nathan 2, Will 0. This time the advantage goes to the Mopar. The win light still goes to Nathan Mendenhall. 31, dead 7, sneaks out in front by 1 thou. Marshall 21, 1 above 8, and it leaves him 19, 10 thou behind. Nathan Mendenhall goes 2 for 2 in round 2, and both of them came against Will Marshall. Jonna Embley, I'm not sure who that is. 621 dial in here, left side. And Rich Wendler, 640. I know Scott's ears just perked up at home. I know for a fact. Look at, I'm even getting the live play-by-play as if I'm also not at the racetrack and can see who's coming up in the next couple of pairs. Appreciate that, Scott. This is a good drag race. 4 thou separate them. Out to the 660 we go, and it's a, wow, really good race. 10 dead 7 for Rich Wendler, turns on the win light. Jaina is 14 dead 8, 22 total, losing to 17 total here in round 2 of Roadrunner Race Fuels. No box, 10K here on Saturday, as we are once again in round number 2, brought to you by Morris Performance Transmissions. Great race there between Rich Wendler and Jaina Embley. Kurt Holland and Bob Mulaney. Holland stays with 630. Bob Mulaney throws it in deep, dialed in 686. Another good drag race. 10 to a 16. Win light. Give it to Mulaney. 10. Get there first. 12 to be 2 above 4. Turns on the win light as Holland is 16 and 3 above 0. No good. And last year's winner is 0 for 2, unfortunately, here in round number 2. Bob Mulaney, on the other hand, goes 2 for 2 in round 2. Greg Myers, Dave Harvey Jr. 703 the dial in for the Valiant. Getting the head start over Greg Myers, dialed in 584 here in the Camaro. You simply cannot be 88 against Dave Harvey. Dave Harvey will make you pay every time, and he does on this one. 705 on the 703 with an 040 reaction time as Myers was a little bit tighter to the dial-in, but unfortunately left the starting line with an 088 reaction time. Dave Harvey Jr. will take 2 into round 2. Tension out there in the pits. Round 2 Dragsters. Round 2 Dragsters. Need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Overflow to 7 and 8. Round 2 Dragsters. Need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Round 2 Dragsters will take you now. Round 2 Door Cars. You should be in 1 and 2. Round 2 Door Cars to 1 and 2. Round 2 Dragsters to 5 and 6, please. Last pair on track. Win light goes to Trish Witt, 31 and 7 above. Still gets there first plenty. George Fisher missed it. He's 128 up front and then goes 5 above. Trish Witt, I believe she also takes 2 in round 2, as Michael Franks and Joe Dedrick will be the next 2. Michael Franks, 634, the dial-in for the Nova. Should leave first against Joe Dedrick, dialed in 632 in the weirdest 68 Camaro I've ever seen. Remember how I said Michael Franks was supposed to leave first? He did not. Joe Dedrick did, and he's going to turn on the win light. 29, 4 above, still gets him there first by 5 hundredths. Franks is dead on 7 to be 132 total. Joe Dedrick's going to move on in that pairing. I believe this must be last pair, I take it. I think Stewie was the wait-and-see buy here. It looks like he's not going to get it. He's over here, tower side, 633, and DH3, David Harvey the third, 682, the dial-in for the Pontiac. Stewie got his first one through. Harvey did not. We'll see how this one plays out. And both drivers going to carry 1 into round 3 as Stewie is 4th thou red and 2th thou under again. Wow, that thing is on a rail. David Harvey 3, 28 and a hun under. And that is going to wrap up round 2, which again was brought to you by Morris Performance Transmissions of Rotor and Race Fuels. No box here on Saturday. All right, and without skipping a beat at all, we will head into round number 2 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb, starting with the door cars. Round 2 here brought to you by Team EFR. Man, I've been talking about Scott Embley a lot here in the last 20 minutes. Big shout out to them. What a great family. David Wing and Daryl Tillman will be the first 2 here on the door car side. Wing, 606 dial-in. Daryl Tillman, 549. Fourth thou separation. Give the win to David Wing. Daryl Tillman had 4th thou in the bank at the starting line. Takes 17 of them down at the finish line. Breaks out by 2 thou. Unfortunate there for Daryl Tillman, but David Wing is 17, 1 above, and is moving into round number 3 with his Camaro. As Andy Purcell and Rich Nowitzki will be the next 2. Nowitzki, 575 dial-in for the left-hand steer Roadster. Going to be doing the chasing against Andy Purcell, dialed in 611. Once again, Dragsters will take you to 5 and 6. Dragsters to 5 and 6. Door cars, you're late if you're not there. As you can tell, we're already in door cars for Top Bulb. Give the win to Purcell, 15 on the tree, as Nowitzki is 7th thou red. 1 above 7 for Andy. Move him into the next round. For the record, Nowitzki 574.8 on the 575 after the red light start. All right, Marcus McClure and Shane Jett will be the next two to tackle the track. Win light here. Give it to Shane Jett. A little bit of an interesting drag race, as Jett is 2 above 8 to be 88 total. Still gets him their first 10th thou. McClure had the starting line advantage, was 0.29, but then ends up nearly 7 above. But Shane Jett's going to move on. We'll see the Monte Carlo again. Will Winthrop, Larry Payton. I've heard it pronounced Patton too. I'm really not sure. 708 dial-in. I believe Larry should be on the stop here. Will Winthrop, 645 dial-in for the Malibu. Larry is on the stop, but he's not stopping in this drag race. Red light start for Will Winthrop by 15th thou. Give the win to Larry Payton. 16, 1 above 3, 29 total. Will Winthrop breaks out by 2 thou after the red light start. Danny Northrup taking on Jim Fordyce. Northrup 574 dial-in for the ISC Racers Tape Vega. Normally when you're dialed 574 in door cars, you're not getting nearly a 1 second head start, but that's what's happening here. Jim Fordyce dialed in 482. And one more time, dragsters, dragsters, dragsters for round 2. We'll take you to 5 and 6, please. Dragsters. Round 2, need you to 5 and 6, please. This is nasty. 1 thou, separate them. Win light, give it to Northrup. 2 dead, 8, 10 total. And 002 left second. Jim Fordyce was 001. Get their first 12, and unfortunately stuck at 3 thou under. Needs to take 9 or less. Dan Northrup going to advance to round number 3. We'll go with Chris Lukert coming in out of Maryland, 713 dial-in. Going to be getting chased by Jacob Wilson, dialed in 630. And this one's over at the starting line as Lukert, 17 thou wrong side. Jacob Wilson, 008 and 13 thou under. Will advance into round number 3. Barry Sauter and what I believe to be Eric Bowles. Bowles in the double vision, dialed 649. Going to be chasing down Barry Sauter here. Tower side, the Nova dialed in 677. Give the win to Bowles, 007 and 5 above. might have been excessive stripe taking. Takes 1 thou down there as Sauter is 25 and 3 above. No good. Eric Bowles will move on. Brock Mosier. I recognize him this time. I know that car. 521. I haven't seen him leave from the tower. This ought to be cool. 521 dial in, taking on Greg Kelly, dialed in 636. All right, Brock had that tied down. 13 and 3 above gets the win as Kelly is 10 red and 4 thou under just because. Brock Mosier will be back for round number 3 here in C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb here on Saturday. Steve Sisko and Brent Nowitzki. Sisko rolling up in the Cavalier. The $1 Million Man dialed 603. Going to be doing the chasing against Brent Nowitzki, 610 for the Pontiac. Advantage in this one going to Nowitzki. Sisko on the drop, no good. 008, 1 above 5. 23 total for Nowitzki. Locks out Sisko, who is 27 at the hit. Brent Nowitzki going to move on. John Reed and Evan Paust. 657 dial in for Paust. I don't think he's going to cross at 93 miles an hour again this pass. We'll see. John Reed bringing up the Big Bad Mopar, 67 Cornet, 635, going to be doing the chasing in this pair. Well, Evan Paust might cross at 93 miles an hour again. We'll see. Oh, he didn't need to, but he turns on the win light. 31 and 2 above gets the win. John Reed had the starting line advantage. He was 009, but way off pace. 641 on the 635. Lets Evan Paust sneak in. And yes, he did not cross 93 miles an hour that time. A much more stout 101. Chip Taylor, Surrey, Maine's very own, dialed in 592. And Travis Hill, Coors on the doors, 621. This is my favorite car. Unfortunately, we might be done seeing it in the main event as he is 11th thou red. Chip Taylor going to move on. 25 and 2 above will put him into round number 3. Erica Grader and Jim Carty. Carty has the 2005 Cavalier, 572. Going to be doing the chasing as Erica Grader's Mustang dialed in 586. I'm getting some assistance because I was not watching the Mohnton Jeff race, unfortunately. But Jim Carty was your 20K winner. That's a pretty stout accomplishment. He's going to try and see if he can bump that up a little bit here today and take home 30 grand. We'll see. Well, he's got a good chance of at least advancing to round number 3. He's got 300s in the bank, and how about 6 dead 9? 15 total, showing you why he hoisted the check a couple weeks ago in the media. Locked out Erica Grader. She's 37 dead 7, no good. Jim Carty going to move on. Aaron Tim taking on Bobby Murphy. Speaking of guys who've won a lot of money this year. Bobby Murphy took down one of the spring fling events back in Galat. 628 dialing here in the truck. 625 for Aaron Tim. And Aaron has not moved. And a win light's going to shine for Murphy, 14 and a bunch above. Tim is still sitting on the starting line. Next pair going to be Jake Morris and Anthony Zeg. Nearly heads up here, 618 for Morris, 616 for Zeg. This one is ugly. But the win light going to Jake Morris. 55, get there first by 2 thou to be 1 above 8. Zeg is 65 and 1 above 0, no good. Jake Morris going to move on. Last pair on track there, Gary Idle lays it down. 4 dead, 4-8 total, as Jack Rader was dead on 5, but unfortunately 039 letting go of the trans brake button. And Gary Idle will move on. Nice lap. Good matchup here, Brandon Miller, Mike Barber. Mike lost one on re-entry, so this is his last one in the main event here. 606 a dial in for the Mustang. Brandon Miller, 657 in the Malibu, coming in out of Canterbury, Connecticut. 9 thou advantage going to the man from Connecticut, and he's dead on for 13, dead 4, 17 total for Brandon Miller. Backs up his 16 dead 0 from round number 1. Mike Barber 22 and 1 above 5, no good. Brandon Miller sticks at 20 thou out in front and dead on for the win. He'll be back for round number 3. Stephen Dunn and Bobby Kreltner. Wotner. W-E-L-T. Oh, I see. Well, I didn't get that one wrong. Bobby Wotner, 625, and Stephen Dunn, 565. Good race here. 5 thou separate them. Wotner, as I just learned, not turning on the lamp. Stephen Dunn, 12 dead, 5, 17 total. Gets the win as Wotner was 007, takes 17 and breaks out by 7 thou. Needs to take 10 or less. Stephen Dunn will be back for round number 3. Adam Keir and Pete Morris will be the next two. Keir 605 dial in. The S time over there on the Octane 94 side of the racetrack. Pete Morris, Tower side, 6:23. Not mistaken, I think Pete has also won this race at some point in the last couple of years. Drivers in 5 and 6, suit up, please. Drivers in 5 and 6, suit up. We'll be rolling out dragsters here shortly. Drivers in 5 and 6, suit up, please. We'll be rolling you out here shortly. Win light, Pete Morris, 15 dead, 9, 24 total. Locks out Adam Carey was 0:42 in reaction time. Pete Morris is going to advance there. Jason Lawrence and Jim Laro. Buddy Laro, 643 dialing. Going to be doing the chasing here as Jay Lawrence dialed in 651. Something was not happy with Buddy Laro's transmission there. He knocked out the top bulb, and his reaction time started with a 2. Jason Lawrence going to move on. 54 and 16/100ths over to grab the win. Ron Reese and Dale Gerhardt. One light there. Give it to Dale Gerhardt. 004 above gets the win as Ron Reese took 25, broke out by 16, still had room. He was 033, but took too much stripe. Dale Gerhardt will be back for round number 3. Battle of Novas here, 67 models a pair. Marty Flegel, Dalton Rolls, 557 for Marty. He's going to be leaving first. Dalton Rolls dialed in 515. Marty is 006 red. Give the win to Dalton Rolls, 008, 5 thou under. As Flegel is 8 thou under after the red lights start. Dalton Rolls is going to move on. Attention out there in the pits. We will take double door cars for round 2 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Double door cars for round 2 to lanes 1 and 2, please. So if you had 2 entries entering into round number 2, we'll take your second one up to lanes 1 and 2 at this time, please. Barry Sauter, 680 dialing for the Nova, taking on Skylar Stump, 558. I could have sworn Barry was just down the track like 5 minutes ago. Advantage in this one going to go to Stump. Win light going to go to Stump. 002, 1 above 3, 15 total. As Sauter is dead on 5 to be 25 total. And it leaves him 10 thou behind. Skylar Stump going to advance. Greg Hicks and Brock Mosier. Mosier dialed 524 out of Reinholds, Pennsylvania. Again, didn't really carry the front wheels out on this first entry. He's back up for his second. He's taking on Greg Hicks, driving one of the Overkill dragsters out in 463. Mosier out in front. Mosier is one total. 001, dead zero. Give the win to Brock Mosier. Greg Hicks, 15 on the tree, one above 9, no good. Brock Mosier lays it down one total in the Vega wagon. Once again, if you were doubled in round 2 and you are a door car, we'll take you back to the lanes now, please. Round 2, doubled door cars. We will take you back to the lanes for your second entry at this time, please. Good matchup here. Randy Crouch, Jeff Taylor. Jeff Taylor rocking the scoop and getting the win light. 009 take 10 thou to be 2 above 9. As Kraus is right there on the starting line, 013, but ends up 3 above 5. No good. Jeff Taylor will advance into round number 3. Tom Dauber, Shane Beck. Dauber going to be doing the chasing in this pair. 470 is the dial-in. Shane Beck says 516 is what's lit up on the back of his dragster. Shane Beck for the win. He's 2 above 7 to be 27 total. 000 leaving the Christmas tree. As Dauber is 1 above 4 to be 47 total. After letting go 033. Shane Beck will be back for round number 3. Cody Mariner taking on Christopher Riggins. Riggins 523. The dial-in on the Octane 94 side of the racetrack, coming in out of Reading, Pennsylvania. Cody Mariner 457. As he hails from Salisbury, Maryland. Riggins cut him in half at the starting line, but unfortunately took way too much of the finish line. Riggins, 12, take 43 to be out 2 thou. Needs to take 41 or less as Cody, 24, 2 above 9, will turn on the win light. Cody Mariner will be back for round number 3. Frank Zaeg will take on Jerry Birchfield Jr. in the next pair. New Jersey versus Maryland in this pair is Frank, dialed in 470. And tower side for Birchfield, dialed in 438. Red light start for Zaeg by 5 thousandths of a second. Automatic win for Jerry Birchfield Jr. 28, 1 above 8. Gets the win. We'll see Jerry back for round number 3 as Scott Lorish and Chris Wilson. Loris 486. Here, tower side. Going to be getting the head start over Chris Wilson, dialed in 451. Win light here, give it to Scott Lorish. 003, get there first, 11th thou to be one above 4. 17 total. As Wilson, 10. And one above 8, 28 total. Unfortunately, we'll have a loss on his side of the time ticket. It's Jimmy DeJaco and Don Matson will be the next two. Matson's 462. Out of Denver, Pennsylvania, taking on DeJaco. Coming in out of New York, dialed in 443 here, tower side. Give the win here to Don Matson, as both drivers were on point at the starting line, 10 to a 14, but they both missed the dial-in by 0.03. 5 thousandths margin of victory. Give it to Don Matson. Heading to round 3. Josh Gamber and Dave Deeds. Mr. Deeds dialed in 472. Be doing the chasing here is Josh Gamber, dialed in 505. One light there, give it to Dave Deeds. 16 and 3 above gets the win, as Gamber was 56 and 1 above. No good. Joey Harrison and Jack Ostrowski. Harrison driving the Jake Knorr Dragster, 513 dial in. And Jack Ostrowski, 452. Be his prediction on this pass. Once again, doubled up door cars for round 2 of C2 competition converter and machining. Top bulb will take you to 1 and 2, please. If you have not run your second entry for top bulb and door cars, we will take you to 1 and 2, please. Win light, give it to Joey Harrison. 23 dead 5 gets the win light as Ostrowski's 007 red and 2 above. And parking that entry for the evening. Severin Johnson and Dom Balducci. Balducci 490 the dial in for the race tech here at tower side. Severin Johnson out of Crownsville, Maryland, dialed in 469. Yeah. Win light there, give it to Severin Johnson. He's 19 and 1 above as Dom Balducci. 008 wrong side and 6 at a foul under just because Severin Johnson will be back. We will take round 2 doubled dragsters to 7 and 8, please. Round 2 doubled dragsters will take you to 7 and 8, please. Round 2 doubled dragsters will take you to lanes 7 and 8, please. And your remaining round 2 doubled door cars will take you to 1 and 2. So that means everybody has been called here for round number 2 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb. Round 2 once again brought to you by Team EFR, Embley Family Racing. So we'll take everybody for round number 2 here at this time, please, if you haven't gone down the track. Win light on that last pair, give it to Jessica Hoff. 11 and 2 above 1 gets there first by 30 as Parsons missed it. Greg Parsons, that is. 50 and 1 above 2, no good. Give the win to Jessica Hoff. Brian Crump and Jen Murray. Murray rolling up in the Octane 94 side of the racetrack. Dialed 562. Brian Crump says 497 here, tower side. Give the win in this one to Jen Murray. 007, James Bond out there. 1 above 8. 25 total. Brian Crump is 001 on the wrong side of the tree and goes 498.6 on the 497. Steven Turkowski and Matt Idle. Matt is in the 2008 Race Tech. 477 dial in. Turkowski here, tower side, dials 468. Matt Idle is dead on 4 to be 66 total. Unfortunately, Turkowski was 007 at the hit and goes 2 above to turn on the win light. Steven Turkowski will be back here for round number 3. As I believe we have our ultimate weekend winner up here on the starting line now. That is Antoine Jett. He's over there right side of the racetrack, dialed in 489. He's taking on George Miller. Miller coming in out of Plains, Pennsylvania, 482. Be his dial in on this trip down the racing surface. Win light here. Give it to Twan. 11 take 3 to be 2 above 6 for the win. As George Miller 26 and 1 above 4 to be 40 total. No good. Twan's going to come back for round number 3. Here comes Mike Rogers and Dana Beauchamp. Rogers coming in out of Albany, New York. 476 dial in here, tower side. Just had a nice runner-up finish there at the Sean Serra Memorial Drag Race out there at Galot a couple weeks ago. Taking on Dana Beauchamp. 473 dial in for Dana. So you should see Mike leave first. Mike definitely left first. 006, take 18 to be 2 above for the win. Dana a little bit closer to the dial-in, 474 on the 473, but 033 passing the tree. Gave up too much. At the starting line, Mike Rogers will capitalize. Move on into round number 3. Matt Pizzolato. This is what they do. They stick the New Hampshire guy up here and expect him how to pronounce all these names, people that are closer to here. That God love that we have Billy up here to help me out. Matt Pizzolato, 450 dial-in, and Caitlin Kraus, 478. She's over there on the Octane 94 side. Pizzolato here, tower side. Both drivers are pre-staged and creeping their way in. Red lights are for Kraus by 0.04 of a second, then runs dead on 8. Pizzolato 18 and 1 above 4. 32 total. Grabs the round win on that pair. Once again, we've called all of round 2 at this point for C2 competition. Converter machining top bulb. Well, if you have not ran in round number 2, we'll take you to the lanes now, please. We're looking for our doubles to come back in for their second entry. So any doubles, we'll take you to the lanes now, please. Door cars can head over to 1 and 2. Dragsters to 7 and 8 at this point. So once again, if you are needing to run your second entry here in round number 2, we'll take you to the lanes now, please, as Gerard Paterka and Michael Shoup. Shoup, 475 dial-in out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Taking on Paterka. It's 464 dial-in here out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania. Both drivers missed it. One just missed it worse than the other one. And that was Michael Shoup. Gerard Paterka, 43 and 4 above, gets there first by 4 thou as Shoup. 2 above 5 to be 96 total. No good. Gerard Paterka is going to come back for round number 3 as Bob Kalipski and Cowie Weem on the racetrack next. Corey Dowden, 524. It's over there on the right side of the racetrack, and Kalipski, 445. Kalipski was behind 9 thou at the starting line, but makes it work by 3 thou at the finish line. 24, 1 above 4. 38 total gets the win as Corey Ream was 15 and 2 above 6 and leaves him 3 thou behind. Bob Kalipski will be back for round number 3 is Bob Engelman and Matt Schell. Engelman dialed in 449 here, tower side. Matt Schell, 486, coming in out of Long Valley, New Jersey. Eight red, dead 7 for Engelman. Gives the win to Matt Schell, who's 008. 1 above 1, 19 total. Matt Schell going to move on here in round number 3. Attention out there in the pits. We will take B&M Performance, Junior Dragsters, round number 2. To the lanes at this time, please. We'll take the young ones to lane 5, the intermediates to lane 6, and the oldest group to lane 7. So Junior Dragsters, B&M Performance, Junior Dragsters, round number 2, lanes 5, 6, and 7. No box, you'll be on a very short standby at this point for round number 3. I'm just doing what I'm told. Junior dragsters to 5, 6, and 7, you know what to do. Give this one to Mark Kelly. One above one to be 58 total. Get some 2 thou in front. As Bob Hickey is dead on 9 to be 60 total. And 2 thou behind. Chris Reynolds, Bobby Spence. 451 is pretty stout in a dragster. And that will be leaving first in this pair. That's Chris Reynolds. He's here tower side. Bobby Spence coming in out of Rockville, Maryland, 436. Will be his prediction. He'll be doing the chasing in this pair. Final call for all of round 2 in C2 competition converter and machining top bulb. If you have not run both of your entries here in round number 2, or any of your entries, we need you to the staging lanes, please. We do. We're starting to get to the end here in round number 2 of top bulb, so if you have not made your way up here for round number 2, we need you here now, please. Double red light start, and by 1,000th of a second, give it to Bobby Spence. He's 6 red, 1 above 1. Chris Reynolds is 7 red, dead 7. That math does work out to be a perfect run, if you think about it. But the win light is still shining for Bobby Spence. He will be back here for round number 3. Jeff Wisniewski and Bob Murphy. So I was incorrect earlier. I got corrected by the one and only Paul Stalba. Bob Murphy, this is not the third, was driving the truck earlier as well, turned on the lamp. He's up here in the dragster now, 464. He'll be doing the chasing as Jeff Wisniewski dialed in 481. Wisniewski has 10 in his pocket, and Wisniewski's got the win light. 16, take 9 to be 3 above for the win. Murphy is 26 and 2 above 9 on the drop. No good. Wisniewski stays 9 thou out in front, turns on the win light. Shane Beck and Jeff Serra back up from their burnouts. Shane Beck here, tower side, 518. Shane Beck here, 518 tower side, taking on Jeff Serra, 484. Once again, need round 2 B&M Performance Junior Dragsters to lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Youngest grouping to lane 5, intermediates to 6, oldest grouping to lane 7. We need round 2 B&M Performance Junior Dragster to lanes 5, 6, and 7, please. Junior Dragsters, need you now, please. There's Shane Beck and Jeff Serra are now pre-staged. Jeff Serra, 2 take 2 to be 1 above 7, 19 total. Shane Beck is 19 dead 2, leaves him 2 thou behind. Good race there, 19 total, beaten 21 total. Jeff Serra moving on. Bill Carroll and John Taylor. Taylor 468 here tower side. Be doing the chasing as Bill Carroll coming in out of Pottstown, Pennsylvania, dialed in 497. Red light start for John Taylor. Give the win to Bill Carroll, who's 18 and 2 thou under. John Taylor, 003, wrong side of the tree, and 469 on the 468. Bill Carroll moving on. W.R. Ketterman and Dan Northrup. Northrup, who advanced already in his door car. Now I'm going to try to do the same thing here in the Dragster. 454 the dial-in. W.R. Ketterman dialed in 458. Give the win here to W.R. Ketterman. 000, one above 414 total. Dan Northrup was 032 and dead on 436 total. Respectable lap, but Ketterman, 000, one above. It's going to win you a lot of races. W.R. Ketterman will be back for round number 3. As this is going to be Tom Stalba and Becky Mendenhall. As Becky's boyfriend and Becky's brother out there helping out. 485 dial in for Becky. Going to be getting the slight head start over Tom Stalba, dialed in 480. One foul separate them. Give it to Becky Mendenhall. 16, take 5 to be 2 above 1 as Stalba looks like he kind of dropped out of the race. 17 and 2 above 5 at 138. No good. Becky Mendenhall for the win to go into round number 3. Last and final call. Once again, if you are supposed to be in round number 2 of Top Bulb, we are about to wrap you guys up. And so need you here now. Junior Dragsters, need you to the lanes as well. And pull down once you get here to the front of the lanes. We'll be calling no box here very shortly. So Junior Dragsters, please come on down to the ready line. Once you dismount from the golf cart, I guess. Jeff Taylor and Dalton Rolls. Dalton Rolls 444. Jeff Taylor 469. One foul separate them here. And the advantage does not get the win light. Wow, great race. Great race. Jeff Taylor, 15, dead 3, gets him there first by 5 thou. Dalton Rolls was the one tick better, 14, dead on 9, 23 total, leaves him 5 thou behind. Jeff Taylor going to move on as Joey Harrison and Greg Hicks. Greg Hicks here, tower side, 466. We're chasing down Joey Harrison, dialed in 509. I believe Joey won his first entry. Greg lost his. Brock Mosier with 1 total on him. It's tough to get in on that. True, very possible, but very unlikely. 6 thou advantage here is going to the Overkill Dragster, and dead 0 for Greg Hicks. 16 on the tree. 6 out in front of Joey Harrison by 12 thou, who's 22, dead 6. No good. Greg Hicks will move on that entry. Final call for juniors. Final call for juniors. To the staging lanes, please, for round number 2. Final call for juniors. To the lanes for round number 2, please. Attention out there in the pits. We will take Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box, round number 3. To the staging lanes, please. Round 3 of no box. Doubles to 1 and 2, please. We'll take doubles to 1 and 2. No box doubles, 1 and 2, please. No box doubles for round 3. We'll take you to 1 and 2 at this time, please. The rest of round 3 is on a very short standby. Round 3 doubles. Need you to 1 and 2 at this time, please. Round 3 doubles. Daryl Tillman and Jeff Serra. Daryl 544, the dial-in for the door car. Jeff Serra's here, tower side, dialed in 480. Give the win to Daryl Tillman as Jeff Serra clicks at 10,000 red. Tillman's 22 and 2 above. And be advancing into round number 3. Lenny Wisniewski going to be your buy run here in round number 2 of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb. Once again, round 2 brought to you by Team EFR. And then we'll be heading into B&M Performance Junior Dragster. Round number 2 is brought to you by Access Insurance Agency. Once again, round 3, no box doubles. Round 3, no box doubles to 1 and 2. Rest of round 3 on a very short standby. Round 3, no box doubles will take you to 1 and 2. We'll say this is a 2-minute warning for the rest of round 3 and no box, but we need round 3, doubles and no box to 1 and 2 at this time, please. Lenny Wisniewski gets a free look at 544, runs 545, 125 miles an hour, and that will end round 2 here of C2 Competition Converter and Machining Top Bulb. I'm going to hand this back to Chad for a few minutes. At some point, we might get both microphones going. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and Chad's going to take you through B&M Performance Junior Dragster, round number 2.
No 1280 here for the Young Guns. Get the win there to Joey Fordyce. As better reaction time, a little closer to the dial, gets the win. Lorenzo Giannatiempo up now. And Lorenzo, 1195 1 on 1190. Takes the bye run win, and we'll move on to the next round. Give the win there to Levi Narr, 898.3 on the 895 of the 29 light, as Reagan Ketterman, 9040 on a 901, but a little late at the hit for Reagan. Paige Doney, 894 here, tower side, taking on Olivia Torchia, 909 over in the far lane. Tension the pits, tension the pits. We need no box to 1 and 2. All cars for no box to 1 and 2. No box, all cars for Access Insurance Agency. Round number 3 of Roadrunners Race Fuels. No box to 1 and 2, please. All cars. Win late goes to Alston. 909.8 on the 910 as Evan turns it red, then goes 9 flat with a 2. And we'll be done for the day. Annabelle Costell, 923 here, tower side, taking on Eli Stack, 892 over in the far lane. Got some whop on the big end. Give the win to Eli Stack. 899.2 on the 892. Annabelle a little late, goes 9:33.9 on the 9:23 for the loss. Madeline Brockmeyer now 8:18 here, tower side, taking on Joey Torchia, 793. Joey with the starting line advantage at the stripe. Win light, Madeline, 819.0 on the 818 dial as Joey breaks it out. 792.1, took 48, needed to take 39 or less to get the win, and is unable to do so. Anthony Magliocco here now, 790, 797 for James Stack Jr. Win light goes to Anthony, 790 with a 1 on 790 with a 14 light, 15 total. James is trip zip up front, but can't run the number. 802.5 on a 797. Great run for both of those junior drivers. Troy Steinke, 796, taking on Anna Willing, 792. Win light goes to Anna Willing, 796.5 on the 792. The 45 light, Troy breaks it out, 793.5 on the 796 for the loss. Logan Anderson up next, 8 flat, taking on JJ Schoenberg, 793. And Logan Anderson breaking right after the launch. Give the win to JJ Schoenberg. Lifts on the big end. And we'll be down here for a second to get Logan off the track. Win light, give it to Charlotte X, 795 of the 7 on a 798 with an 86 light. Danny, 27 up front and then breaks it out. Goes 787.6 on the 790 for the loss. Ella Ketterman up now, 796 for the young lady out of Laurel, Delaware, taking on Jackson Griner out of Manheim, Pennsylvania, 795. And Griner in full control here. Ketterman in trouble. Win light, Griner, 799.4 on the $795 with a 13 reaction time. Ella goes 798.1 on the 796 for the loss. Paisley Anderson, Paul Stabla. Paisley in full control here, tower side, win light. Give it to Stalba. She can't get the job done on the big end as Stalba gets around her. 57 up front, 1 above 4 for the win. Paisley 006 and then gives it back big time on the top end. Zach Gale, 804. Taking on Alphonse Maglioka III, 790 the dial for the driver over in the far lane. Once again, we need Roadrunner Race Fuels, round number 3 of Access, which is Access Insurance Agency, round number 3. No box. We need no box. To lanes 1 and 2, please. Macy Stewart. Macy Stewart, you are the wait and see by. Macy Stewart. Macy Stewart, you are the wait and see by. Win light, give it to Zach Gale. 54 up front, goes 8016 on the 804. Alphonse turns at 10 red, then goes 785.9 on the 790. Charlie Blittersdorf 798, taking on Abigail Martin 790. Win light, give it to Abigail. $791 with a 4 on a 790 with a 56 light as Charlie turns it red and then goes 8052 on a 798. Once again, we need Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of Roadrunner Race Fuels, no box. And Macy Stewart, you have the wait and see by. Macy Stewart, 621MX, you have the wait and see by. Win there, give it to Mallory Stewart. 18 up front, goes 816.3 on the 812. Has Gabriella McCloskey, 792 with a 1 on a 790, but late at the hit. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Access Insurance Agency, round number 3 of C2 competition, converter and machining, top bulb, door cars. To lanes 5 and 6, door cars, top bulb door cars to 5 and 6, top bulb door cars to 5 and 6, please. So here we go. We got the Mendenhall Nova up here. 595 the dial. I think it's Nathan behind the wheel. 687 against Bob Mullaney over in the Camaro. Win light, give it to Mendenhall, 599.1 on the 595 dial with a 007 light. Mulaney missed it, 47 up front, goes 689.3 on the 687 for the loss. Lorenzo Gianna Tiempo, 618 the dial. Trish Witt, the name is a little easier off the tongue, 568 for her Camaro. Win light, give it to Trish Witt, 571.8 on the 568 with a 24 light as Lorenzo missed it and then breaks it out, 615 with a 4 on a 618. Rich Windler back up in the Mustang, 640, taking on Caleb Klein, 652 for the Dodge Dakota. Win light, Windler, 642.9 on the 640 with a 34 light. Klein was right there, 637, but breaks it out. One thou. Took 27, had to take 26 or less to turn on the illuminated light bulb. Andy Anderson needs you to the timing tower once you drop Logan off. Andy Anderson needs you to the timing tower once you drop Logan off. Dave Harvey Jr., 704. Robert Smith, 647. Plymouth on Chevy 2 matchup here. Win light, give it to Harvey. Dead on with a 6 to be 19 total. Locks out Smith's 24 reaction time. 648.4 on the 647 and no good. Jana Emily up next. 621 taking on Evan Powell. 658 in the wheel stand in Vega wagon. Get the win to Jana Embley. Dead on with a 3 to be 34 total. Taking the win over Evan Powell. Powell 657.2 on the 658. Couldn't get it done there no matter what. Marty Flagel up in the Nova now. Take on Tina Lacey, 587. Grab the win there, 22 up front, breaking it out, 556.6 on the 558 as Tina turns it 007 red, then goes 588.3 on the 587. Soggy Dunn, 635, taking on John Hedenberg, 649. At the stripe win light, Matt Patterson dead on with a 1 to be 33 total. Jeannie Northrup 2 above 0 to be 36 total and no good. Looking at the mile an hour, I think Jeannie might have messed that one up just a hair. Dave Dissinger now 625 taking on Dave Harris 663. Give the win light to Dave Dissinger. Dead on with a 1 to be 14 total as Dave Harris turns it big red. Goes 666.3 on the 663 dial. Kyle Gockley, 603. Far lane, 664. And Matt Richeza over in the far lane. Apparently, he does not have his car number on his car the way he has it on his tech card. Win light goes to Kyle Gockley, 002, and breaking it out 602.5 on the 603 after Richeza turns it 006 red. Joe Dedrick now 631. Taking on Chris Connor, 569 here tower side. Get the win to Dedrick. Some throttle games there on the big end. 632 with an 8 on 631 with a 14 light. Connor, 571.6 on the 569 with a 10 light. No good. Rob Reiner, Jr., 581. And the FRBR house truck, Kenny Garofalo, 641 for the Nova. Win light goes to Kenny Garofalo, 642 with a 1, a 641 with a 35 light. Beats out Reinert's perfect reaction time and giving that one back 004. I think Shane just jumped out the window out here up top. Mike Greiner up here now, 582. Taking on Steve Dickey, 610. Matt Consiglio, 668. Tower side in the Camaro, 584 is Greg Myers. Here.
This pair we have Jeff Stewart left side going up against Tommy Teague. Teague out of Newark, Delaware. Jeff Stewart out of Fairmont, West Virginia. Just 0.2 of a second separate these drivers. Tommy leaving first on a 665 prediction. Stewart trying to hit a 633. 3 thou separate them. This race is going to come down to stripe driving, and it's done better by Jeff Stewart. He gets there first 11 thou. 29 thousandths above gives him 56 total. Teague had the 3 thousandths edge with the 24 reaction time, but was 4 hundredths above in the losing effort. Now Chris Krajewski, Ed Races, your next pair. Ed out of West Lawn, dialed to 612, getting spotted about 0.1 of a second from Chris. Chris, owner of CLK Customs. Pretty much anything you want done to a race car to make it nicer, he can do and do well. And he moves on. Races, turns it way red. Krajewski 46, 13 thou under. Moves on to round number 4. Top dragsters. Top ET dragsters, the lanes 3 and 4, please. All remaining top ET dragsters to 3 and 4. Now we got Dave Harvey the third and Trish Witt. Harvey getting spotted about a second with his 683 prediction. Trish says 671 in that Camaro. Camaro versus Le Mans. 7 thou separate them. Harvey has the edge. Is 7 thousandths enough? It is not. Trish gets their first 5 thou. Only 116 at the stripe. Trimmed it up nicely. She's 19 thou above, 63 total. Harvey better on the starting line, but could not cover the number. Now it's Paul Stalba. Paul, recent graduate, high school graduate, in that 2001 Corvette, dialed 660. Going against Nathan Mendenhall and Dad Kevin's B&M Chevelle. Kevin builds a nice hot rod. Nathan says 595 this time. We did call top dragsters, top ET dragsters to 3 and 4, please. Top door car have been called to 5 and 6, dragsters to 3 and 4. We're missing one no box car. One no box car. Hey, in that pair, Paul Stalba was 10. Gets there first, but breaks it out, giving away the win to Nathan Mendenhall. It's Dave Harvey Jr. going up against Bob Mullaney. These two Atco kingpins. 7 thou edge to Harvey. Mullaney tried to drop him to no avail. Harvey 16, 18 thousandths above, 34 total. Got him there first, 12 thou on Mullaney's drop. He may have had enough to get inside that, but the race looked like bail, and the win light goes to Harvey. And the bye run taken by Rich Wendler. He's 40, one above 5, 55 total, and that'll do it for the round. And we move right into C2 competition converters and machining top bulb with Daryl Tillman taking on David Wing. Camaro versus Corvette. Wing leaving first, says 607. Tillman thinks a 546 is going to work for him. Tillman, 18 in his pocket. Can he make it work? He does. One above. He's 20 total, locking out the 28 reaction time of Wing. Tillman moving on to round number 4.
Even though they...
Now we got Jim Carty going up against Andy Purcell. Purcell, left side, 74 Ford dial 613. Carty says 573. Both drivers away green, 8 thou separate them. One is 002, that's Purcell, but does not get the win, can't cover the number. Carty, one above one, gives him 21 total. Purcell 002, but cannot make it work. Now you got Lenny Wisniewski from Dixon City, PA, 67 Camaro, going up against Jake Morris. Jake out of Wilmington, Delaware, in the S-Dime, says 618. Lenny's got 546 and about 7/10 in his pocket. Morris with the edge by 13 thousandths of a second. He's 16 to the 29, and he gets the win. 19 thousandths above, 35 total gets him there, 0002. Not much tighter than that. Wisniewski dead on after a 29 reaction time. Comes up just that short. Jake Morris, your winner. Now we have Eric Bowles and Larry Payton. Payton dials 708. Bowles says 651. Payton on the stop and off the stop, but he is way behind up front, down 0.08 of a second, and can't make it work. Bowles gets there by 1/10 to be safe 1. 34 total for the W. Vega Wagon, Camaro, your next pair. Gorgeous red Camaro right side's Jacob Wilson, 629 the dial in. The rocket ship on the left side dialed 524 is Brock Mosier. And Wilson's in a world of trouble. He's down 38 thousandths. And Brock don't mess those up. He's 28 above, could give him 36 total, get him there by 11 thousandths, and lock out Wilson. Skylar Stump, Brett Nowitzki, your next pair, Trans Am versus Camaro. Nowitzki says 6:10. Stump says 5:59, which gives you about a 0.6 of a second head start. Stump turns it 9 red, hand in the wind to Nowitzki. He's 21, 13th thou under. Moving on to round number 4. Gary Idle. Dials 562. Malibu on the right side going up against Chip Taylor out of Maine, and Taylor made the long trip. Go another round. Idle turns it 2 thou red. Taylor 30, dead 5. Good enough to move on. Pete Morris going up against Brandon Miller. Miller, dials 657 out of Connecticut. Morris from local, dials 623. 18,000's edge to Miller. He's 21 above, 30 total, locks out Morris's 38 reaction time. Doubled door cars can come back to 5 and 6. Doubled door cars back to 5 and 6, please. Dalton Rolls, Jason Lawrence, your next pair. Lawrence out of Hamilton, New Jersey, dials 651. Rolls in that 67 Chevy 2. Says 514. I believe the fastest door car on property. .007 is the worst of the 2 reaction times. Both drivers killed it. Rolls gets the win, gets their first 3 thou to be 29 total. He was 2, Lawrence was 7. Both ended up 2 above. And by just 0.03 of a second, Rolls moves on.
That's why I kept saying, like...
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Bob Murphy III, 628, taking on Steve Dunn, 565. Attention to the pits. We have best losing packages. First round, top ET, Rich Nowitzki. Second round, biggest breakout, no box, Kevin Mendenhall. Juniors, Alphonse Magliocco, and top, Jeff Serra. Be sure to come to the first floor of the timing tower and collect your prizes. Steve Dunn gets the win there, 566.7 on the 566 with a 20 late. Bob Murphy III, 18, and then breaking it out. Bob took 32 and had to take 19 or less to get the win late there. Dan Northrup, 575, taking on Shane Jett, 597 in the Monte Carlo. Win light, give it to Northrop. $573.4 on the 575 with an 18 light. Shane turns a 004 red, goes dead on 5 to add insult to injury. Jerry Birchfield Jr., 440 the dial for the mayor of the village of Plowville. Taking on Evan Paust, 658 in the Vega wagon. Win light, give it to Evan Paust. 009 goes 659.3 on the 658. Takes out Birchfield, who's 16 up front, breaking out 7th thou. Birchfield takes 13 to not get the job done. Had to take 6 or less there for the win light. Good run. Scott Lorish, 486, taking on Jeff Taylor, 469. Win light there by 004 is Scott Lorish, 487.6 on the 486 with a 009 light. Jeff Taylor, 1 above 0 to be 29 total. Good lap, but just couldn't get it done here. Steven Trukowski, 468 tower side, taking on Becky Mendenhall, 487 for Becky. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Junior Dragsters, we need you to lane 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, and 8. Junior Dragsters to 6, 7, and 8. Win light goes to Trukowski, dead on with a 9. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Dead on with a 9 to be 72 total for the win. Becky gets there first and breaks it out. 12th thou, had to take 58 or less. Instead, she took a whole 7. Jessica Hall, 471, taking on Jeff Wisniewski, 483. Also, Dragsters, anybody in top, if you're doubled, we need you back to the lanes, same lanes you came from. Anybody in top, if you're doubled, we need you back to the lanes, same lanes you came from. Win light, give it to Jessica Hoff. 28 total, 18, 1 above 0 for the win as Jeff, 22 at the hit, goes 1 above 0 to be 32 total. Good little drag race right there. Greg Hicks, 466. Jen Murray, 563 over in the Cressman. Win light goes to Greg Hicks, 16, one above 2 for the win. Jen Murray late at the hit, breaking it out, 561.0 on the 563. Cody Mariner, 459, taking on Severn Johnson, 470. Win light, give it to Severn Johnson. Dead on with a 2 to be 25. Total locks out. Mariners 30, dead 0. Nothing doing there as Severn gave him all he could stand there. Matt Pizzolato, 451, taking on Antoine Jett, 489. Double red light, give the True Start win to Antoine Jett. Everybody's seeing that ball good right now. Everybody's laying that thing down. 488.5 on the 489 for Jett as Matt, dead on 0, throws it away, 27 red. Juniors, please return to the trailer. No call. We are canceling the call for junior dragsters. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not had your radars out, it's a good chance to pull your radar up. We do have weather in the area. If you have any easy ups, tents, anything that could be a projectile, we need you to please secure that or take it down. There is weather coming. You need to go ahead and secure your things. If your cars are out, I would recommend putting them back up. We have canceled the calls for juniors. Juniors, go back to your trailer, get loaded back up. And again, if you have any kind of tents or awnings or anything like that, please secure everything so it does not become a projectile when this storm comes through. Wind light, Mike Rogers, 1, 2 above, 3 to be 24 total. Dave Deeds, 19 up front, goes 475, 3 on the 473 for the loss. Once again, there's weather in the area. All racers, you all need to get everything packed up that you can. Wind light, give it to Matt Shell. Dreamweavers goes another round. 23 up front, dead 8. To be 31 total is Kalipski. 23 up front, identical, but can't get it done on the big end. 448.0 on the 445. Win light go to Joey Harrison, dead on with a 2 to be 19 total, locks out Don Matson's 20 reaction time. 465.8 on the 463 is no good. He is out of here. Gerard Paterka here, tower side, 466. Shane Beck, 518 over in the far lane. Dead on with a 2 goes 16 total is Shane Beck for the win there. Win light go to Mark Kelly. 3, 2 above, 6 to be 29 total. Matches Ketterman's 29 reaction time. 1 above, 1 no good for WR. He's going to have to go head first into the cooler. Bobby Spence, 437, taking on Bill Carroll, 497. Win light, 008 margin victory, give it to Bobby Spence. He's 13, 2 above with a 5 to get the win. Bill Carroll, 42 on the let go, dead 4, 46 total, no good when he lined up next to Bob. Jeff Taylor, Jeff Sarah. This is a good time to throw in Cam Murray's favorite statement. I bet Jeff's going to win this one. 470, 484 for Sarah. They're almost identical. Win light, give it to Taylor. 471.2 on the 470 with a 14 reaction time. Sarah 13 up front, puts it 1 above. 485.7 on the 484. 004 margin of victory going to Jeff Taylor. Dale Gerhardt, 598, taking on Brock Mosier, 526. Winlight, give it to Mosier, 33, 528.4 on the 526. Gerhardt misses it. Goes one above one to be 74 total. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we have severe weather on the horizon. If you look into the mountains there, that ain't fog coming this way. So batten down the hatches and get everything under control.
Thanks for hanging in there with us. Want to give everybody a race update here. We are done for the night. I think that's probably pretty obvious to everyone. To try to get the track ready again with another potential storm and lightning still going on. Something that's obviously not going to work out. What we've decided to do is consider today's actions complete. We've looked at scenarios, and we just feel like this is the best course of action. So the 26 remaining drivers in top, the 20 remaining drivers in no box, and the 16 remaining junior dragsters can all come to the base of the tower tonight if you want, or come down tomorrow to collect. The split for top bulb is $2,010 a driver. No box worked out to be $760, and junior dragsters is $260 a driver. Not the way that we wanted it to play out, but quite honestly, we would need a perfect scenario tomorrow to be able to try to do both, and anything goes wrong and we run the risk of not finishing one or even not finishing both, and that's just not something that we want to do. So we're going to pay all the money out tonight, and then we're going to go at it first thing in the morning for another $15,000 in top, $5,000 in no box, and $1,000 in junior dragster. So if you aren't racing with us tomorrow and you do have a split in your future, you can come down and see us on your way out. Thank you for coming and for being a part of this event. And for everyone else tomorrow, thanks for hanging in with us with this weather weekend that we've had. We are unable to do the fireworks tonight as well because of the weather. We're going to push the fireworks to Door Wars, so they will still be going off at an event. Not the hand we wanted to be dealt this weekend, but we continue to pivot. Thank you to the Maple Grove crew. We wanted a hell of a clip today to get as far as we did with the late start from the mist. Thank you all for getting to the lanes promptly, getting yourselves together, and keeping cars on the track, because once they hit the track, we had no downtime today. So yes, as a summary, it's $2,010 for the 26 drivers in top, $760 for the 20 drivers in no box, and $260 for the junior dragsters. We'll be in the base of the tower if you want to come pick it up tonight, or obviously it'll be available for you tomorrow. Everybody have a great rest of your evening with whatever you're doing, and we will see you. We will do new combination time runs tomorrow morning at 8:30, and then go straight into eliminations from there for the final day of the 6th annual Daryl Tillman Realty Group Independence Showdown. Thank you all again for being here. Have a good night.